Hey everybody, how's it going? Hope it's going well. Hello. Um, Audio output capture. Shift music. Sorry, I'm just. There's something in the background. Shit. Alright, sorry, I'm just making sure everything's good. Alright, hold on. Oh, well, shit. Move. Yeah, hold on. Shit. Fuck, hold on. I got this. Hold on, I got this. Hold on. Shift music. See, I fucked it up again. Shit, how did I do this before? Oh, okay. I think that's it. That's it. Add source, yes. Okay, good. Okay, good. Alright, we're back. So now we get to... We did all the drop. Well, there was a couple that we didn't do. Well... Like... What curses are there? Let me see if I can... Oh, it's just screen capture right now. No, that's game audio. Sorry, I'm just trying to figure this out. Yeah, I'm just wondering why that's what that's for. Okay. Curse of strength, you found that alters the result of your actions. No matter what you do, you always end up with something different, but somewhat slippery. For example, if you attempt to write a novel, it will magically transform into a graphic novel instead. If you prepare a cake, you will find yourself with a batch of cream puffs. If you perform a song, you will involuntarily break into a choreographed dance. These are mild effects that don't impact serious events, and it change something into a similar thing. Curse of Undeath. You are immortal. Every time you die, you respawn near your body. However, each time you resurrect, you lose your part of your being. It may be a power of yours or a memory, but maybe even an emotion or a sense. Don't die too many times. You would end up becoming a hollow shell. Yeah, we're gonna take a look at that later. Well, actually, you know what? Let's... Curse, your sense of pain is completely warped, causing your body to find it unnaturally soothing and enjoyable, and at more extreme levels, borderline pleasurable. This also overrides any perks, powers, or other abilities, such as an alien/eldritch physiology that would normally negate or help you deal with pain, reducing their effectiveness to a quarter at most, and capping the pain reduction at 50%. Not even the self-inflicted torment of the curse of pain is immune to the curse of masochism. In fact, the two curses even synergize with each other. Not only does the former make it easy to get addicted to the latter's warped sense of pain, it also makes it similarly easy to get addicted to inflicting it on others at a direct consequence. Try not to go overboard. Curse of Vampire. Every dish you attempt to make ends up causing the worst food poisoning imaginable. A simple egg boiled by you could infect the water supply with salmonella and make everyone who drinks it sick. A cake baked by you for a party could start a fire that spreads to the whole neighborhood. Alright. You suffer from what is completely known as attention deficit hyperactive disorder, or ADHD, but in a rather severe form. You are not able to go more than 5 minutes without either swapping thought processes to a new topic or changing your current activity. This essentially impedes, slows down. This curse has 3 exemptions. It will not be active during combat, when you are sleeping, and during intimate relations. This curse is stacked with curse of worldly distractions, less your concentration time by half. Essentially worldly ADHD, meaning so your body produces an effect that allows concentration from unfounded random events in real life will occur that either physically or mentally prevent you from focusing on your current train of thought or activity. This is alright. Curse of pain. Every time you do will cause you to suffer the same pain. The feeling of a knife against someone makes you feel like you're stabbed. The sound of a gunshot in your mirror makes you feel the bleeding. You burn with every act of, although you won't physically be harmed by this curse. Curse of negativity. Negative memories of all living and dead beings from the universe you have since you passed through now playing a loop within your mind. You can't permanently get rid of them. Influence with which ones appear. If a time loop were to occur, you would still have all the negative memories of the previous loops in time. Beyond making tainted hallucinations influenced by those negative memories, resulting in things like your perception of making a friend appear untrustworthy due to collective memories of millions. Now, curse of negativity and your hallucinations join to make experience those memories with you in your dreams as if they were actually reality. Your mindscape is clay, and shifting world is its sculpture. Memories ensures negative memories aren't the only thing you will experience within your dreams. You could in one day experience a completely boring day of someone doing nothing, and another experience someone's euphoria at finally completing their goal. Mind-made reality, you will sometimes enter your mindscape instead of dreaming, on which you can physically interact with mind in your head. 1,000 reminders. There's a version of the Mac are not affected by these negative memories, graveyard. Alright? If you have the sounds, it makes someone feel the emotion trying to vote, but yeah. Fear or happiness. If you use sunshine upon you or graveyard memories depends on whether it's basing the sound on a memories. Positive and neutral memories join the looping within your mind, lessening the frequency upon which negative memories play. In compensation, every 6 days you lose access to the positive and neutral memories. The negative memories will be things that distress you, and if you have any friends, family, or certain memories will appear with more frequency. Made reality. Can voice their voices of memory you will instead house within the minds of everything that died in the universe you reside sensed in or passed through. Those minds have access to your memories, thus whether they will try to help you, ignore you, try to mess with you, or anything else depends on their personality. Those minds can't be erased. Nothing from mind wants to existence or erasure can permanently get rid of them. As well as a well of knowledge, if only it didn't make going to sleep, concentrating, or thinking difficult due to constantly hearing well over 1,000 voices simultaneously. As time's gone on, you will start to be able to handle hearing so many voices simultaneously. However, this will take at minimum 6 months. Whoa. Your mind are fused and equal. Unfortunately, you get the pad part of it. When you take physical damage, your mind also takes damage and vice versa. Mental disorders and illnesses have physical manifestations on your body, such as scars, unhealed wounds, or semi-physical abstract manifestations, such as a collar or shackles, as a sign of submission or defeat. More serious disorders, such as memory loss, will manifest as permanent change in the appearance of your face, until you bring back lost memories or create new ones that define you. Or when you are in extreme despair and cannot go out of it, you will crack and break like a mirror. I think, therefore I am. Through the mastery of your malediction, the genius of your madness, the fusion between your cursed body and insane mind, you have obtained the means to have true power over yourself. First, Inland Empire allows you to control the differing manifestation of madness when you madness into reality using your body as a conduit. With deception, you could summon chains to bind your opponents, blend into the crowd with faceless, or even use dents to outright ignore attacks, making it so they basically never happen. None of these manifestations are set in stone, being as fluid as your mind. Just as you could bind opponents with deception, you could also enhance your sessions to track them down wherever they go. Not only that, but you can combine the manifestations of your intensity as well. Human killing, ghost, and superiority complex could manifest a weapon perfectly suited to enhance your strength and exploit your enemy's weaknesses. Second, Embrace Curse gives you the ability to combine your curses with your insanity, allowing you to use their powers in combination to devastating results. Curse of Destruction could project state to destroy all in your path, while Curse of Strange and Open Mind might end up warping reality around you. Make sure your curse with your mind also means you could manifest curse by themselves. Your odd overview of the world, seeing them as one and the same. You might use the curse of distractions to trip people at opportune times. Curse of Unknown to erase knowledge of your presence. Just use the curse of Impel to make someone want to vomit in the middle of their special attack. Finally, your powers are also affected by your manifestations. Minions could receive duplicates through another mind. Black Hole Brain could cause powers like injury and power to trigger from your memories alone, and the Curse of Technology could give your Tinker Tech a rather violent security system should unauthorized people use it. None of this happens immediately. You must first master the Curse of Manifestation itself. Through this, you will gain the ability to train your mind and body together to achieve these awesome powers. Nothing comes free in this world, but don't worry, your insight will help guide it. Will help guide you how best to train. Curse of Paranoia. Your paranoia is great enough to make Batman take notes from you. Needless make out, alright? You as well beat tomorrow's enemies. You will have a hard time making friends and trusting others. Paranoid creating a conflict refuel. Optimize the persuasive feelings. Learning on a visual and personal angle. Use your abilities in some way, whenever you do something, you will face some kind of obstacle or handicap. Take some of your suddenly become paralyzed in your right arm. If you play chess, you might be forbidden from moving your knights. You always encounter some kind of restriction that makes your current task harder. You are influenced of a curse that deprives you of knowledge and understanding. You always come across information that is incomplete or missing, and you tend to lose your memory of crucial details at the most inconvenient time. You are constantly unaware and confused about what is happening around you. Curse of Black Thumb. Whenever you go, you leave a trail of death and decay in your wake. The prowls around you are exposed pace with their lashes from effect. Eat 30km diet. Furthermore, fruits and vegetables with their rot and increased rate, making them unfit for consumption for mere hours. Curse of Name. Wherever you go, you will leave a trail of destruction and chaos. Your mere presence is a blight to the natural world. And all creatures in vegetation are drawn to cause malice and harm. Animals will go out of their way to maul and attack you, while plants will reach out to grasp and strangle you, with lines twisting and wrapping around you like the tentacles of an octopus, determined to drag you into their grasp. This curse makes the very earth itself your enemy, with those that belong to it dragged upon an uncontrollable desire to exact carnage upon you. Curse of Technology. Your presence causes a cascade of technological breakdowns, resulting in devices malfunctioning and ultimately failing when you interact with them. However, Tinker Tech remains resilient to this disruption. Although in exchange you have little to no talent when using or even comprehending someone else's usage of the devices. As a result, even though you can technically utilize Tinker Tech, the process is riddled with frustration and challenges, making it near impossible thing. Curse of Stone. You are cursed with a touch that turns everything to stone, no matter what you touch, living or not living. It becomes a lifeless rock. You cannot control this power, nor can you reverse it. Even the slightest contact can transform gold into green, or treasures into rubble. You are doomed to be alone and surrounded by stone. Every activity you try to enjoy ends up triggering the most unbearable headaches imaginable. A simple movie watched by you could cause a throbbing pain that makes you nauseous and dizzy. A book read by you for pleasure could introduce a blinding migraine that prevents you from seeing anything else. The most interesting something is, the worse you suffer from it. Curse of killers. If you kill a killer, the number of kills in the world remains the same. Each time you kill more than once a day, the person closest to you will slowly lose themselves to an overwhelming dark desire. The mind twists and contorts and warps with sudden controllable urge to wipe you from the face of the earth. They turn into murderers and tortured individuals, seeking only to inflict pain and suffering upon those around them, directing their special hatred towards you. The corruption spreads with each life you take, and another close to you becomes deranged. A malevolent creature. They become unrecognizable. They twist and shell their former selves, hell-bent on causing as much misery as possible. Curse of appearance. You possess a shifting power, but you can't control it. You can't control how you look or who you are. Every day, your gender, appearance, and age will change randomly and drastically. You can try to use other shape-shifting powers to alter your appearance, but your new form will take on traits from your base form. However, any perks that affect your beauty or agelessness will still apply to any form you take. If you are handsome in one form, you will be beautiful in another. Curse of social anxiety. You struggle with interpersonal relationships and often shy away from first encounters. You struggle with social events and tend to make things awkward by either slipping up or overdoing. Many will find you weird and most will stay away from you. Do this, you will freeze up and become Since your social anxiety intensifies through the roof with the exploits and shenanigans all over for avoiding each or potential awkward conversations, and in the moment all your avoidance comes in vain, you don't freeze as much as you flip out of sheer anxious mania with a frankness that weirdly endears some people. Endears some people. Curse of timeless. You are stuck in a time loop that happens at random and ends at random. When you loop, it's not really a loop, and more like entering alternate timelines, as there will be small differences between loops even without you doing anything, making it impossible to leverage knowledge gained from previous loops. Curse of Yandere Lover. All lovers you have will turn into Yandere. They will try to keep your affections to themselves, even goes as far to killing any potential competition they think they will face. If you try to break off the relationship, they may as well kill you. They may as well kill you to preserve you in their memories. They will always be influential and powerful enough to do so. Do be careful. Sometimes a Yandere lover is much more dangerous than a superpowered nemesis. Really? Them too? All of your lovers, on top of being yanderes, will also be late bloomer or normal bloomer, depending on their age, sufferers of yandere syndrome. Otherwise known people of average strength will have their muscle density rapidly increase to the now suddenly be as strong as top tier all-around athlete. And God help you if you actually date an athlete or a bodybuilder. Curse of significant others. Any potential love interest you have or will have is now akin to your soulmate. Just like your soulmate, they share personalities. Just like your soulmate. However, as with all things in life, nothing is perfect. You will encounter many such people in your life, each one just as much a perfect match for you like your soulmate. Choosing to dedicate yourself to one may potentially hurt the others. Yet, even in their pain, they are likely to turn blame inward toward external circumstances rather than fault you, as they too are perfect for you. If you fail to manage these relationships carefully, those who share a deep connection with you may ultimately choose to leave in more ways than one, whether out of resignation, defeat, or unwillingness. Curse of the Zealot. You have been cursed with an aura that transforms anyone who comes too close into a fanatical about you. Of course, what's more, anyone who gets close to you becomes a bigger fanatic than those who are merely affected by your aura. This obsession is so extreme that it makes characters like Beetle Guys, ReZero, and you seem tame by comparison. Oh. Well, I know. Well, she's practically one of the pictures, and then Alright. And will do anything to gain your attention, often resorting to violence and sacrifices. Initially, this fanaticism may appear as simple adoration, but it knows no bounds and can escalate infinitely. Furthermore, the longer someone remains within your aura, the more intense their obsession becomes, amplifying their favor to unprecedented levels. Curse of Virus. You cannot win without incurring some sort of small or partial loss simultaneously. Set up 100 smaller plans and you're guaranteed to fail at everywhere from 1/5 to 1/3 of them, depending on how important they are to you and your goals. A bigger singular plan will always have some sort of price to it, no matter what steps you take. For example, defeating a rival ending with you sustaining some sort of temporarily crippling injury or a noticeable hit to your reputation, or a major battle against an opposing faction ending with a noticeable chunk of your resources or troops being depleted. Curse of the Nomad. No matter what you do, where you go, you can no longer stay in the same place forever, at least not without consequences, whether it be due to local troubles cropping up to harass you, or your very presence causing a growing cascade of issues to plague the area. Residing in any area for more than a few days at a time will cause complications to appear in your current place of living. These troubles start off relatively uncommon and minor, but ramp up in both frequency and intensity rapidly, escalating into seriously inconveniencing and debilitating within weeks, life-threatening for some people in months, and start to verge into environmental/infrastructure-threatening hazards at a year or more. Not even places of residence that you fully own or have made are safe at this curse, though it does not count any dwellings that can travel with you, such as mobile homes or ships of any kind, avoiding the curse as long as you stay on the move. Curse of Collateral. No matter what actions you take, they will always have some sort of destructive side effect or after effect. Trying to heal a simple cut may cause it to scar noticeably and or develop chronic pain. Trying to save a city from a villain may lead to fighting which destroys at least a few buildings and or some key pieces of infrastructure. While this isn't unbearable, you can still do more good than harm. This will ensure that your work is never truly done and that it will always be a drain on your time and resources. Curse of Half-Death. You made a deal with death to become immortal. However, she tricked you. The first time you die, you will be resurrected in a half-dead state. Your body will be atrophied, and all your physical abilities will weaken massively. Your magic will also become closely aligned with death, thereby making any life magic difficult to cast. Living beings will also instinctively distrust you. You will have hard time making friends. Beware of gods, less spirits of death, for they will consider you an abomination and may try to kill you. However, no matter how many times you die, you will always resurrect in this half-dead state. Do remember, if you heal yourself from this state, they will take hold of your soul and you will permanently die. And just like the man who was tricked by death, you will also only remember about the immortality part and forget the draw. Only after your first death will you remember everything. Curse of Exchange. For every blessing that comes your way, a barrage of misfortune follows. A relentless tide of adversity that eclipses any flicker of good fortune. Discover a penny and soon you'll find yourself drowning in debt. Receive aid in thwarting a mugger only to return home to the charred remains of your house. The scales of fortune are forever tipped against you, leaving you to navigate a world where every step forward seems to invite a dozen steps back. Curse of Loneliness. Forever should you walk the path of solitude. Footsteps reverted through emptiness and run eternal. No home within you. Condemned to wander eternally. You drift like a lost soul. Only find forever drift, you search for a place to call home, yet only find fleeting glimpses of solace amid the ceaseless turmoil of existence. Each pack of ways. Knowing that such comforts will well, that's fucking sucks. Curse of Glass. Every item you try to handle ends up shattering into the most dangerous fragments imaginable. A simple vase picked up by you could explode into shards that fly across the room and injure anyone nearby. A laptop used by you for work could spark a short circuit that fries all the electronics in the building. The more precious something is, the worse you destroy it. Sorry, I just want to make sure. Okay, good. Curse of sickness. Your body has undergone change and now you exhibit a variety of delusions such as constant dry cough, labored breathing, and personal headaches. These. Alright. Curse of contradiction. Any living being you fall in love with dies. The only way to get over this curse is to become apathetic towards life. You are destined to live a lonely life with this. Curse of sloth. You are required to spend 50% of the day sleeping in order to recharge your powers. Going a few days without sleeping would weaken your powers, and finally, a week of not sleeping will stop your powers from working. Curse of gluttony. Every food you try to eat ends up triggering the most unbearable hunger imaginable. A simple snack consumed by you could cause a gnawing pain that makes you faint and weak. A meal eaten by you for satisfaction could induce a ravenous appetite that prevents you from feeling anything else. The more delicious something is, the worse you starve from it. Curse of money. You are cursed with irreversible curse of memory. 24 hours you forget 23 hours and 55 minutes of what happened. Well, damn, that fucking sucks. Curse of failure. You cannot win without losing half the time. If you set up a plan with 100 sub-plans, you are confirmed to fail at 50% of them. A standalone plan always has a 50% chance of failure/victory no matter what steps you take. You will never get a complete victory. You may kill Skylant and find out he was keeping a worse enemy at bay. Curse of destruction. No matter what actions you take, you will always cause the maximum destruction possible. Trying to heal a simple cut may mutate the dormant cancer the patient had, thereby turning him into a horrific abomination. Trying to save a city from a villain may lead to a fight which not only destroys the city, but also the neighboring cities. Do be careful how you use your power, for your curse may destroy this world even before Skyrim does. Every time you deceive others about who you are, you will lose sight of your true self. You will become a stranger to yourself, living or otherwise. Every time you pretend to be in a different situation, you will forget where you came from. Your lies will not only make you forget about what the lie was, but also may cause you to forget something random within your mind. With enough lies, you will lose touch with your roots, your values, and your goals. Every time you exaggerate your abilities, you will forget what you can really do. Curse of truth. Every time you reveal the truth, you will be unable to change yourself. Your personality and sense of self grows more rigid and unvarying. You will be mentally, physically, and spiritually incapable of change or growth. With each truth said, you grow more immutable. While you are far more mentally resistant, you are also more fragile in some ways. If someone were to argue against everything you believe in and emerge victorious, not only would your perspective on life collapse, but everything that you are would be shattered as well. Curse of rules. The drawback of the two contradicting curses are lifted, but in exchange you get a new curse. No matter what you try to say, it will come out as a riddle. The riddle is thinker-proof, so the only way to understand it is to use your natural intelligence. Additionally, if no one answers your riddles at least once a week, you will begin to forget what the answer to the riddle is. Living curse. Your curse is a living, intelligent being dedicated to harming you. It has a consciousness of its own and will actively seek ways to bring you misfortune and suffering. This malevolent entity is not static. It will grow and adapt and transform itself in response to any attempts you make to cheat or smart. Each time you try to invade its grasp, it learns and evolves, becoming more cunning and insidious in its methods. As time passes, your curse will also grow stronger, albeit extremely slowly. This incremental increase in power means that the longer the curse persists, the more difficult it becomes to manage and the more destructive its influence. This curse will slowly corrupt your mind. In its most severe stage, it is possibly completely consumed by your curse. This means that the curse takes over your body, using it as a host, and your very essence becomes twisted to serve its purpose. In this state, your sole goal becomes to spread the curse to others, perpetuating the cycle of suffering and death. At this point,
Perpetuating.
perpetuating the cycle of suffering and despair. At this point, the curse will have suffused itself into your very existence, allowing it to spread itself to others through you and your abilities. The curse, now fully in control, will use your abilities and knowledge to extend its reach, seeking new victims to ensure its malevolent grasp. Your curse. The power of your limb curse has dropped significantly, and its ability to take root gravity has been lost completely. Though it remains a threat, its once presence has diminished. If you ignore it, the curse will gradually grow stronger. However, with consistent effort, you can now maintain or even weaken it. Moreover, his ability has emerged. You can attempt to reason with your curse. Engaging deeply with it might allow you to find common ground or harness some of its power, though this will be extremely difficult as the curse initially despises you. Living blessing. Embrace curse. Your efforts to embrace your own misfortune have caused your ability to reason with your curse to be greatly enhanced. You can find common ground with it much easier, and your acceptance of it makes it no longer despise you completely, though you still seem annoying, at least at first. Additionally, a miraculous change has occurred. By working together with the curse, it is possible to invert its effects, allowing it to become a true blessing. You will be able to willingly give it more power and control to help you in both combat and everyday life. Its corruptive effects on the mind becoming a more soothing presence, a friend that is always by your side. None of this will happen overnight, and it will take great efforts on both sides to even get to this point, but no matter what, you still have the chance to truly change your fate. Your curse. Your curse has been greatly weakened and can be gradually healed over time, and with effort. Although it will affect you indefinitely as you grow stronger and gain healing, its severity will decrease. Still, it may randomly resurface, and its effects are likely to last indefinitely. It will never be entirely erased, but it may become manageable with persistence. Since you can't get rid of your curse, you've decided to embrace it and let it become part of you. In the process of doing this, you've leisured your curse into becoming a blessing. Paranoia makes you more aware of your surroundings. A black thumb helps you kill weeds, and even contradiction can be made to kill your loved ones, cancer, and diseases. This is not an automatic process. It may take years to learn how to use your curses this way, and even longer to master them. Once mastered, however, your life will enrich to the point you wouldn't have it any other way. Cursed. Nemesis Cluster. You gain a form of insanity. They can range from various forms of mental disorders to hallucinations. Tsundere. You can't show your emotions properly. Anything you act on, you tend to do in the opposite way. Your happiness displaces anger, and anger displaces happiness. You can't even cry properly. You can't display emotions at all. Any attempts to do so come off flat and emotionless. Even your voice is saying monotonous words no matter what you try. You have become detached from humanity. You regard other living beings as different and separate from yourself. You may feel superior, protective, indifferent, or even hostile to them. You may treat humans as if they were pets or toys. This makes you have a difficulty seeing eye to eye with them. Brain to mouth filter. You don't have a brain to mouth filter. You say whatever's on your mind when you think it. This means you might be less concerned about others' feelings when you speak, but you're also more likely to say things that are more honest and less filtered. Just be careful they don't accidentally hurt someone's feelings with what you choose to say. Head empty, no thoughts. Whatever pops into your mind, you find yourself doing it without hesitation. You struggle to resist your impulses, and your unwanted thoughts take over your actions. Dense. You can't read other people's faces, what they are feeling, the emotions they carry, and the words they say. You can't pick up on the emotional nuances they may have. Faceless. You can't identify people. They all look exactly the same to you, be it how they look or speak. You can't even identify your own face. You are fixated on something to an unhealthy degree. It could be collecting stuffed animals, playing games, or anything else that catches your interest. The more you act on your obsession, the better you feel. Yan Doki Doki. You're now suffer of yandere syndrome. While personality and behavior-wise you remain about the same, your muscles are now much denser. If you were an average thing, you are now as strong as a top-tier all-around athlete. This synchronizes well with brute powers and powers that better your physique. Voron method. Your insanity manifests itself as a form of communication disorder. You can't help but speak in a chosen way. It can range from eoldinite or a crazy magical liquor. It doesn't affect your actions, but how you speak. Personified powers. Incompatible personified powers, all powers. Yeah, no, that's broken. Your powers are sentient beings that can talk to you. They have their own personalities that reflect the nature of the power itself. For example, a fire power would be more impulsive, while a water power would be calmer. While they cannot stop you from using them, your relationship with them affects how strong or weak they are. If you get along well with them, they will double your power. If you clash with them, they will halve your power. If the power in question involves some kind of summoning, it will have the ability to control it independently from you. Your sentient powers are only voices in your head. They cannot take over your body or mind. Personified power, one power, is independent of hallucination and does not get stronger from it. Your powers are sentient beings that can talk to you. They each have their own powers. For example, while they either decide or it's not human killing ghost. The thought of killing other people makes you smile. You can't help but relish in the act of murder and death. The more people you kill, the happier you become. You become obsessed with murder and death. Berserk state. Sometimes, completely randomly, you enter a berserk state of rage and attack everyone around you. This also happens whenever you're reminded of certain bad memories or embarrassment in the past. In this state, you can't tell friends from foe. Anathema. You have power that absorbs the minds of whoever you kill. Because of that, they live inside your head and can talk to you. Most likely, you will go insane from the many voices you continually killing lots of people. The minds of those you kill are only voices in your head. They do not have any power over you. Superiority complex. You are plagued with the constant need to prove your strength and dominance, refusing to back down from a challenge or tolerate being put to others. You engage in a constant cycle of one-upmanship to demonstrate your worthiness. Showing weakness is not an option, and any sign of vulnerability or humility can be perceived as weakness. You must always be the biggest, the strongest, the smartest, the best. This endless cycle of escalation has consumed your mind, leaving you unable to see beyond the need to prove yourself. Even amongst friends and family, you must continue to show that you are better than them. You cannot show weakness by opening up to them about any problems you face. Even showing anything other than competence can be considered weakness. God complex. Right card. And I can take you, Carter. You are the best. None can convince you otherwise. In fact, people should be grateful to be present, worshiping the ground you walk on. Your narcissism is on another level, reaching the point of delusion. You're unable to see beyond your own needs, desires, and abilities, believing yourself to be superior to everyone around you. Your ego is so inflated that you are completely unaware of your own limitations and flaws. Instead, you see yourself as a perfect godlike figure who deserves constant admiration, worship, and attention. Any attempt to challenge your self-perception is met with denial, anger, or even violence, as you cannot tolerate any criticism or pushback against your deluded sense of superiority. Your level of vanity and hubris is beyond what most people can even imagine, and it will likely lead to you to ruin. Black hole brain. Now trauma goes in and never disappears. Every negative memory, every torment, everything you wish you didn't remember constantly plays on a loop on your mind. All of your senses and thoughts guide your loot memories to specific ones. The taste of a spoon reminds you of the day you tasted your own blood due to almost dying. Touching paper reminds you of your bad grades. Thinking about buying a pizza reminds you of the day you didn't have money for anything, and etc. Once you acquire a negative memory, you can never get rid of it. If your mind was completely erased, the negative memories and the memories that give context to them would be back. Tainted hallucinations. Your negative memories close your reminder. If you make each power have not only its own thing, but multiple of them instead of single shape between them, but you no longer have control over what themes your powers have. Instead, it's negative memories. The memory of the day you were trapped inside a burning building makes your force field gain a theme of drywall or something in it, no longer being transparent. And heat and smoke being emitted from it. Those themes aren't static and are prone to change. Alright. Shine upon you. Instead of only your negative memories, now your positive and neutral memories are affected by black hole brain as well. Laughing reminds you of the day you were dancing in the rain. Staying in your chair reminds you of the day you were in your bed staring at the ceiling and bored, and etc. Voices of the memory. Affects your sight and affects your memories too, but only significant ones. Not all happy memories get a voice, only happiest ones acquired anxiety, dread, and trauma are shown. Altered mind. Your mentality has been heavily altered, fundamentally changing the way you think and process information to the point where it can be described as alien. The cognitive pathways you take to arrive at conclusions are vastly different from those of others, leading to incomprehensible to precise appearance that seems simple. For example, where a typical person might quickly recognize a pattern or a straightforward solution, your mind might delve into an elaborate array of possibilities, generating connections that others would never consider. In problem-solving scenarios, your approach might be so unconventional that it appears nonsensical to others. This can result in solutions that are either brilliantly unorthodox or disastrously impractical, causing frustration and confusion among colleagues who cannot follow your thought process. You might experience the world in a way that others find bizarre. For example, you can perceive time non-linearly, making it hard for you to adhere to schedules or deadlines. An event that seems imminent to others might feel distant to you, and vice versa, causing constant disorientation and frustration in time-sensitive situations. Additionally, your altered cognitive process can cause difficulties in learning two tasks or adapting to new environments, while others might quickly grasp a new concept or adjust to a new setting. Your brain's unique wiring could lead you to focus on irrelevant details, making the learning process slow and arduous. Another self. You possess a second mind within your head that carries the same values and goals as you. They will comment or speak in your head, but others will not be able to do anything except advise you. They are usually agreeable to whatever your goal is, but usually how this is achieved can be different from how you want it to be. Hallucination. Possessing either mild hallucination like no other minds within you. When you gain control, they will be able to use your powers for the duration they are in control. Additionally, the consciousness is usually fine with not being in control. If you possess mild hallucination, they are just a voice in your head that you can control when to swap. So, if you have fight for control, if you possess major hallucination, you are the voice in their mind and they control when to swap. Another ego. You possess a second mind within your head that carries different values and goals from you. They will comment or speak in your head, but otherwise will not be able to do anything except distract you. They may not agree to whatever you want to do and differ from you in major ways. If you possess hallucination, you and them control. Another person. Character insert. Second mind within your head is the character insert of your choosing. They will comment or speak in your head, but otherwise will not be able to do anything. Deteriorating mind. Get another. Acquired another self, another ego, or another. With each purchase, the amount of extra psychs. Another drawback you take increases by 1. How many can I... Ooh. With each purchase, amount of extra psyches each, and for another self and ego, the added personalities would behave as you expect, leading to a rise in arguments and fights for control. But for another person, the extra will have a small level of personality drift to them to separate themselves from the original, anywhere between the level of the other 2 drawbacks. In addition, each instance also mildly increases the drift between personalities for another self and person. This is more subtle, marginally increasing the gap per person, and only becoming significant between personalities of my 5, while for another ego this is more pronounced, requiring only half as many at most for internal complications to start appearing. Deteriorating mind. As time goes on, whatever insanity drawback you were afflicted with will only become more difficult to manage, regardless of how much effort you put into mastering it. It will inevitably grow more challenging to keep at bay, and the effects will become more severe with each passing day. Well, mild hallucination. You experience mild auditory and visual hallucinations from time to time. You hear things that are not there, or see things that are not real. But this does not bother you much in most situations. You may occasionally act on something that was never said, which may cause you some embarrassment. Your powers are slightly stronger than described. You hallucinate and cannot differentiate Differentiate. Oh shit. Oh, okay. Differentiate your imagination from reality. You have moments of clarity. Your powers get stronger the lower your clarity is at any point in time. At your worst, your powers are twice as strong. Or twice as powerful. At your best, your powers are slightly stronger than described. Major hallucination. You are forever stuck in a massive hallucination dream state. Everyone in your mind usually says something else and they look absolutely different. You can't tell your imagination from reality and no one could understand you. Your powers are now forever twice as powerful. Fractured psyche. Sentimental monologues are spent to every skill, belief, and desire. Now has a voice of its own experience turning up. Faded psyche. Your fractured psyche settle on a system after a good look at themselves, reaching a realization of being part of a great whole. They finally the structure with thoughts present themselves for a normal picture of notions. You are whole new, a faded reflection of who you once were. Process and making peace with them, as with every friend. This strengthens them since they reach their culmination in your psyche, finding their place and why they are who they are. You are whole now, a faded reflection of who you once were. Internalized power. Your skills can potentially grow to the point of being thinker powers. Your internalized thoughts now may affect how your powers function. Your personified powers are no longer independent of hallucination and can become stronger for it. Wonderland. You have learned to master your insanity. To a certain degree, you still experience them, but you can usually distinguish between what is real and what is not. You also have authority over your own abilities, even when you are just a voice in someone's head. You can decide whether they can access your powers or not. This prevents you from being distracted in situations that require focus and concentration, such as combat. You can even ignore your hallucinations when they are not helpful. You can also lead to a relatively normal life, to a certain degree, although others might think you're a bit of a daydreamer. However, you do not have a complete control over your insanity. It can still flare up at random at times, causing you to lose touch with reality. Taking one knowledge is best well adjusted together with hallucinations insanity option. Alright. Inland Empire. Your insanity has passed the threshold of ordinary lunacy and reached the state of only shamans and some geniuses share. That of a genius and madness going hand to hand. Reaching greater heights on both your hold on your insanity both deepens and changes, mastering your insanity through the lens of revelation, understanding, and acceptance to a greater degree. In a sense, your forms of insanity are then apparently worsened when, in scrutiny, it's ironically to your advantage, sway, and well-being, i.e. Obsession is channeled in an exhaustive yet somewhat healthy manner, since doesn't emotionally impair as much, and human killing ghosts will be inevitably self-examined and self-respected to be deepened, accepted, and then mellowed, etc. This extends your ability, gaining hold of how your powers are enhanced from your distortion while fully submerging it in it, yet never losing oneself in self-determination. Feeling it wash over your inherent transmit fate itself is inevitable, yet those aware of its cruelties know the fickleness of its so-called What the fuck? Truths will never lose sight of objective actually in the background feeling the spirits of cities, hearing a conversation about crucial events so as to not lose yourself. This is heightened by child fate and or serendipitous luck, quite obvious how to get the feel of these things. Alright. Day and night, you and the other person who shares your mind are unaware of each other's existence. You switch places randomly, with the time between switches ranging from a few hours to half a day, taking turns being conscious and unconscious. Whenever the person currently in control goes unconscious, another person gains control. If you have more than one person in your head, the amount of time you stay in control is equally divided. This causes a lot of confusion as you have no memory of what the other person did or why. If you have Noctis, your time is in control is double. However, if you suffer from hallucinations, your time to yourself is limited by how severe they are. If you possess mild hallucinations, you have 2/3 of your original time to yourself. If you have less hallucinations, you have half your original time to yourself. If you possess major hallucinations, you have 1/3 of your original time to yourself. Once your time is up, you switch places with another person in your mind. Watch over your golden mind. The mind within you can no longer fight for control. Instead, each mind, including yourself, can only stay in control for 30 minutes, upon which the mind that used up their time loses control over the body and their powers. In order to reset the timer, they must give the control over the body to another mind. If there's 3 or more minds you were into within your body, then each mind must have controlled at least 3 times per day. Mid-hallucinations reduces the time to 25 minutes. Hallucination to 15 minutes, and major hallucination to 5 minutes. This spot inserted strangely the magical and incredible thinking. Some don't fathom what the stars are. Begrudgingly value your perception. The sun unless you look at the surface. Only to see the world for what it truly is, while never losing sight of objective. Instead, they shift your potential to giving you that much of that strength, but major hallucination give you just to double the strength of your power. With will adjusted in harmony, you carry yourself in a normally yet strange bedside manner, having a somewhat eccentric personality coded by your realization, albeit with a pleasantly put together conduct and tone. For a normal life in your conditions, despite what others think of you as a bit of a daydreamer and so much strength and time, both be thankful for your get rid of it. Why would you? It's hard, but best you come to grips with it. Some days are harder than others, sure, but you'll never go off deep in or abandon the relative closure. Cosmic instrument. The winds of fate will spawn upon you, feeling it. Wash over your fate is itself is inevitable, yet those aware of its cruelties know the fickleness of fate. It doesn't work as predetermined. Place contributing fate miss self is feeling at times fake. Fuck, wouldn't it? Fuck, I don't even remember. See, there's so much shit to read. Cluster. I may just browse this one. Cluster choice. That your powers will be evenly distributed between each person in your cluster. For first who has cluster mates, you may select a portion of the powers you have to be your primary powers. The primary powers will get a minor/moderate nerf based on the number of cluster mates you have. The rest of your powers will have their strength heavily reduced and will henceforth be referred to as your secondary powers. You must leave at least one secondary power available per cluster mate you have, as these secondary powers represent their primary powers. Your cluster mates will get power sets inspired by all your powers, including primary powers inspired by your secondary powers. With every secondary power being represented as a primary power held by one of your cluster mates, these power sets will always be of roughly equal strength to yours. Your cluster mates will all in all have a build roughly the same strength as yours, including this drawback, and the appropriate sub-options selected. If a member of your cluster dies, the secondary powers of everyone in the cluster will become a bit stronger to compensate. However, even if every single one of your cluster mates were to die, your powers would still not be boosted back to the level they would be without the strong net. Next is cluster mates. You gain a member of the cluster. You'll need at least one of these for anything in this section to mean anything. Cluster mechanics. We'll take a look at that another day. Nemesis choice. Choose the alignment of your nemesis. Nemesis customization below. Defeat you or her. Take a look at those later. Alright. And up we go. Alright, power origins. No powers. You have no shard, you may not take any powers, and some perks will be restricted to you. Shard. Powers come from a shard, a symbiotic piece of a great crystalline worm entity, searching for the solution to entropy. Below you, you will be able to select what entity your shard came from, their specific benefits and limitations, and the rank of your shard within the entity. Shardless. Your powers do not come from a shard but from another source like your genetic, soul, and the like. You can only select powers from the shardless category. Some perks and drawbacks may be restricted. You have at least a basic and instinctive understanding of your powers' nature and how to use them, if not necessarily all the different ways they can be used creatively. Note that all shardless powers inherently have compatibility with powers of any kind. Shardless powers are also inherently negentropic and white-boxed. Pretty sure that means like power forever. From sword and organization sword in this case, it's essentially the and white-boxed. You can choose whether all your powers are distinct or facets or faucets of a grace or whole. In either case, they will be able to affect each other and or synergize together unless explicitly stated otherwise. Over time, the synergies can change or reinforce depending on how your powers grow. Entity. Instead of entering the world of Worm as a host, you'll become a baby entity instead. The appearance of your avatar, if you have the appropriate shards, is determined by your choices and the character section. The perks and drawbacks that apply to you will target your avatar, if you have one, or your entity body if you don't, except for the ones that affect their shard or the world. If you picked an existing character, their mind will be uploaded to the entity's consciousness and their shard will be integrated. You have control over who can enter your nesting dimensions. Zion or another entity will be able to force their way in. If you have all-seeing precognition, your shards have improved abilities to pierce defenses. You are immune to Master, Stranger, and Thinker parahuman powers from other entities, as well as from your own parahumans if you desire. Your avatar and construct share the same immunity. Another entity can still use their shards to scan you if you have no defenses against it, and you can do the same. No powers. Powers. Shard of the warrior entity. Your powers come from the warrior entity. Your power pushes you toward conflict and can alter your personality. Minus. Plus, you instinctively understand how to use your powers. Plus, your power will back you up in a pinch or when you're actively using your power for conflict. Plus, your power has enough juice to last at least a century of active use. You can choose whether all your powers are distinct or facets of a greater whole. In either case, they will be able to affect each other and or synergize together unless explicitly stated as your shard is restricted. Unless it's deviant, the synergies are fixed at the time of trigger. Shard of the Wanderer. Your power comes from the Wanderer entity. Plus, your power doesn't alter your personality, it will push you towards conflict. Plus, you instinctively understand how to use your powers. Plus, your power starts slightly stronger than described and can grow in strength and potency over time if you push your limits. Plus, your power will back you up in a situation where you are incapacitated and are unable to continue fighting. Plus, your power has enough juice to last a few centuries of continuous use. You can choose whether the synergies can be reinforced when your powers grow. Shard of the Thinker entity. Your power comes from the Thinker entity. Plus, your power is dead and can't directly change your personality. Minus, you have to learn how to use your powers. Minus, if you use your powers too much, you could use up all its juice within a couple of decades. Plus, your powers may be slightly stronger than described. You can choose whether all your powers are distinct or thoughts of a great whole. They will be able to affect each other. As your shard is dead by the synergy, the synergies are imperfect and fixed at the time of the trigger. Vital. Noble. Ooh, vital. Shard ranking. How powerful is your shard? This affects the maximum strength of power you can receive. Normal. This shard is not considered to be important to the entity. You can choose Tier 1 powers. Vital. This shard is considered important to the entity, so it will not be discarded lightly. The entity will be hindered by the loss of this shard. You can choose Tier 1 and 2 powers. Noble. The entity not having this shard is severely hindered. This shard is significantly stronger than most others, only equal by the other queen shards. You can choose Tier 1 through Tier 3 powers. Shard Ascension. Instead of entering the warm world as a host, you become a shard instead. Your host is determined by your choices in the character session, perks, and drawbacks plot. To them instead, except for the ones that affect their shard or the world. If you become the shard of an existing paradigm, you take over their existing shard instead of becoming a new one. Your host can reach your nesting dimension through portals and teleportation with your permission. Shard relationship. Hostile. Your shard, for some reason, doesn't like you. It will give you very little leeway with your powers and might even try to actively get you killed. You can improve this relationship by being a good host, but it will take time. Violent relationship. Instead of starting off with an increase at the rate with your power improves, your power only gives you half the improvements that a normal shard would give. Only by fighting for you will your shard turn this rate back to normal. Multiple for it to become a slight improvement, though if you antagonize it and stop fighting, it might just shift it back. Your shard will only be satisfied by you fighting frequently. You can shorten the time span by increasing the amount of fights per day. You also give negative intuition scaling with your improvement rate. The lower it is, the more it will try to get you killed. These hunches will feel like gut feelings that you should really follow. At base, it would be things like jumping in front of a blast or a bullet, saying something that accelerates a fight, or instinctively dodging an attack at the wrong. At normal rate, it will simply be things that get you injured. Only at the slightly improved rate will it leave you alone. Neutral. Your shard is different towards you. It will give you a bit of leeway with your powers, but won't actively help you. Whether your relationship improves or downgrades is up to you. Your shard really likes you. It will give you leeway with your powers and will happily help you out when in a tight spot. Your powers will develop in helpful ways over time. Shard deviancy. Your shard is bending the rules of the cycle. The more choices you pick from this section, the more deviant your shard is. If Skying or certain noble shards catch wind of this, you run the risk of your shard getting reformatted or even destroyed, thereby losing your powers. Cloak perks protect you to a certain degree, but not completely. A voice in my head. First with you. Superliminal space. Your shard can bring you into a dream state while you sleep. The shard in the parrot has in there you can first interact with your companion. Autonomous projection. Voices in my head again. Autonomous projection. Your shard can express itself through a minion master power you have. A projection or even a cloud of bugs. You lose access to the minions while the shard is controlling it. White box tech. Good news, your Tinker Tech is not black boxed. Your technology is free of shard interference. No longer degrades artificially, can be mass-produced, and the scientific principles behind your tech can be studied and reproduced by scientists. Bad news, your tech is not black boxed. A lot of people want to know you. Your power grants you basic knowledge of the principles and formulas necessary to understand and build the main blueprints in its library. However, this is on the level of an engineer or mechanic, not a scientist. If you want to write a thesis or textbook about the mechanics underlying your technology, you will need to study and reverse engineer your own technology. Uninhibited, your shard is less restricted than usual. This doesn't lift all restrictions, as the result would be explosive, but it gives your shard more lightweight to express your powers. In practice, this could do several things. It removes your mana limit and allows your powers to apply to more things. For example, scare control all invertebrates. Vista is less limited by living creatures. Or telefrag people by teleporting to the spot they currently occupy. This can also loosen other restrictions, such as the restriction all seekers have on space travel, and other technologies that is considered high risk. As time passes on, you find your shard getting better at controlling itself, allowing for more limbs to be removed, eventually removing things such as the inability to infect inbreeders. This also allows your shard to modify interpower symmetries over time. Patron. You are capable of learning how your power works, and only your power, unless you possess some kind of power copying. By learning how your power works, you are permanently capable of using them, even if you're disconnected from your shard. This would be as if you possess shardless, even after mastering your new power. Your shard continues to help you by revealing new and creative ways to improve and use your power that you normally wouldn't think of, and by boosting your power when you confront enemies, giving you a combat advantage. Closed communication. Your shard's communication model has been uniquely modifying, allow it to sever or ignore connection from other shards. Shards like broadcasts, which are designed to coordinate and influence other shards, will no longer have power over your shard. Your powers are not detectable or analyzed by other shards. This means that other parahumans cannot sense your abilities or predict your actions through shard-based interactions. Entities such as Skyne or Eden have reduced control over your shard. Compendium. Your shard gifts you with a subconscious knowledge of a better handling and rate of progression of your powers based on some powers expression to from previous cycles and hosts. Surprisingly usable in areas that benefit your powers further practice. You consistently get hold of this resource by following study, practice, and applying this knowledge with effort. Your power assists and pushes you to places and information where you learn and practice the most. This is practically a cheat sheet and skill book rolled into one to fully master your powers with fewer trial and error, exhaustive research, and creative roles to be stuck with a subtle nudge. In addition, your shard enhances your combat intuition, though this only becomes somewhat noticeable after a few months of regular fighting. Like gaining a hunch on an enemy weak point or a shiver right before an attack, it will be unreliable at first, but with time and combat becomes like a pseudo-thinker power. 2.5 triggers. Your shards have suffered some damage, however, this damage is overwhelmingly in your favor as the trigger limit you can potentially undergo has been removed. While that may not seem like an advantage on its own, the threshold for your triggers has also been lowered to something nearing a second gen king, but still requires a significant amount of stress, e.g. a very difficult cape fight that's not going your way. These triggers continuously loosen restrictions, set loose the amount of power your shard provides, as well as add few faucets to your powers. However, continual and consecutive trigger will lead to a drain on your shard's power, killing your shard from exhaustion. Synchronicity. I am gonna get water, because I really need water. Okay. This is fun. I like this. Hello, hello, hello. I don't know how I feel about that. This is a new water flavor thing. It's like orange vanilla. I don't know how I feel about that. I don't think I hate it. Your shard is in sync with you. This sounds like it's nothing out of the ordinary. On the contrary, it means that as a host, you influence your shard as much as your shard influences you. Your emotions have the greatest effect. If you are feeling happy or determined, this gets your shard to temporarily remove restrictions and allocate more power to you. In turn, feelings of fear and depression can pose new restrictions, as well as decrease the overall power that you can use. Your shard will make your power grow in the direction you desire. If you want your power blast to be stronger or your flight faster, will focus on improving them. Though this will take a couple of fights to become a noticeable difference. Should you want a new power aspect, we'll attempt to increase your powers in that way, like adding homing to your blasts or a trail to your flight. If you want entirely new powers, like becoming undetectable, your flight will start becoming silent or more difficult to notice, but it would likely take months for this new power to develop enough to impact a fight. Much longer to become useful or distinct enough to be called in its own power. Abilities that are entirely different from the power set you possess are also impossible to gain this way. If you want to copy the power of another parahumans, for example, you might become capable of adjusting your blast to different modes, mirroring the powers of some of the people you fought, but copying their powers entirely wouldn't work. Combat oriented. Your shard is very focused on gathering combat data and thus rewards you a lot more for getting into parahuman combat than usual. At base, this slightly increases the rate at which your power improves after fights. The more often you fight, the more your shard will improve your power. This rate increases if you fight regularly. Someone with a normal shard would need multiple months of combat to get the same improvements as you get within a month once you start fighting regularly, and as you keep fighting, this rate will only increase. Your shard also counts sparring as a fight as long as it mimics active combat. Though live combat, especially with multiple opponents, is still more rewarding. Repeatedly fighting the same opponents and fighting opponents severely weaker than you will give diminishing returns. Riding shotgun. Your shard is far more helpful to you than that of other parahumans. Your shard will give you gut feelings about other parahumans around you, and can steer you in the direction of your goals. However, that's not all, as you can also hand over control of your powers aspects so that your shard can act independently of you with your powers. The utility of this is completely left to your relationship with your shard. A friendly shard will use a shield power to constantly keep you from injury. A hostile shard will actively use powers to get you into fights. Finally, you are also able to let your shard ride shotgun by letting them have control of parts of your body. Symbiosis. You and your shard operate in a form of harmony that is unseen and with any other host and shard. The two of you work together in a way that allows the two of you to manipulate, change the way and amount of power output you use. Additionally, this partnership allows for finer control over how your type form manifests and functions, even being able to change its form through your reciprocal cooperation, changing its size and appearance to even that of a human, or even allowing for you to initiate informational changes. In stages. Competition. You and your shard's hostility have caused a fundamental disconnect between yourselves. allowing for both of you to fight for control of the way and amount of power you use. Additionally, this hostility has caused a chaotic occurrence in your Titan's manifestation, causing it to become like a volatile bomb going off whenever you transform with your powers as the fallout. Even the form of your Titan appears to be wrong and will cause other Pyrrhons to be filled with a sense of dread and fear at its appearance. To you to manipulate and change the way and amount of power that you use. Additionally, this partnership allows for finer control over how your Titan will manifests. Functions, even being able to change this one through side appearance to that, even that of a human, are no way for you to initiate transformation in stages. Mini-hub core. Your shard forms active connections to other parahuman shards you have defeated. The purpose of this is to create a shard subnetwork. Your shard, the mini-hub, uses these connections to give directives to its connected shards based on your desires and needs. This manifests in numerous ways, some of the broadcasts per your desires, namely, desire to build a team of parahumans will their shards subtly influence them to be receptive to join your team, or wishing for a solution to a particular issue in your network, either attempts to find a solution by setting off a trigger with a useful power, or provoke a series of events that will solve that issue. Be that as it may, the latter situation entirely depends on the sub-network strength. It goes as far as allowing you to draw upon the shard's data in your sub-network for power purposes, using it for implementation or modification of your powers. Pioneer. Required companion, required uninhibited, required negentropy. Search. Negentropy. Entropy, negentropy. Alright, esoteric knowledge. Your shard's willingness to share and openness to testing the cycle's limits have revealed a fact about themselves. They are fundamentally different from their brethren. Maybe they already reached an answer to the quandary of limited resources in an endless multiverse washed by entropy, or maybe they're privy to an understanding of esoteric proportions. Whatever the case may be, your shard is unlimited in its capability, only limited by a single factor, pioneering. While they're substantially divergent, they still rely on you regarding innovation and breaking new ground, giving its unlimited potential at your disposal to constantly experience and innovate with your powers. These being looser in scope and definition, more so with triumph and unshackled. Opening horizons for you to explore and test. It doesn't avoid inter-power synergies either, allowing untold fusion and interactions the CYOA hasn't thought of yet. It's as if your shard was made to lead the way for the entity's evolution, possessing data back to the entity's inception to the end of the observable universe, being the pioneer, the missing piece for the entity to reach the answer. If it wasn't for your shard's rampant deviancy, you'd be the one that would end Skylon's cycle. Oh, just make sure he doesn't notice you. For your shard's rampant deviancy, you'd be the one that would end Skylon's cycle. Oh, just make sure he doesn't notice you. How do I do that? Your shard failed to properly create your power. If you take no options here, then your shard will be repaired to fix your power. Like many physical activities, using your powers is practice makes perfect. The longer you go without exercising certain uses of your power, your proficiency in actually using it goes down. Practice makes perfect. Like almost all thinker triggers, you get no instinctual knowledge on how to use your powers. Oh shit. Where'd it go? Oh fuck. Oh, fuck. Fuck. Fuck, where'd it go? Fuck, I was putting my fucking legs onto my desk or whatever and shit. Shit, come on. Oh shit. Okay, hold on. Okay, there we go. Oh, there it is. Hold it. Alright. I need a stool. I wish I had a stool or something. Okay, we're good. Shit, sorry about that. It was bothering me. Alright. When you first get them, and now you find training how to properly use them even harder. Controlling them will feel like learning a difficult skill from scratch. It will feel unnatural and weird to do at first, and only through time and effort will it be easier to use your powers. This is by no means make it impossible to become natural powers, only harder than normal. Cauldron. You are not a natural trigger. Instead, you got your hands on a vial from Cauldron. Now you owe Cauldron 3 favors. Cluster Breaker. Oh. Your shard is more aware. It has some instructions for you. Find the cycle lag. Oh, okay, it changes depending on... Alright. Get your hands on it. Now you owe Cauldron 3 favors and $50,000 per shard point you use on powers. Oh my fucking god. If you give Cauldron an extra favor, then you don't owe Cauldron any money. Person of interest. You are one of Cauldron's most interesting clients. Not only have you already paid off your debt, including the favor you earned them, but they also happen to have a direct interest in you and your activities, similar in effect to Coil. They may or may not be discreet about this, but they will certainly help you when they think it is necessary. Though whether they think of you as either a good stabilizing effect or nothing more than an experiment is beyond your control. Nosebleed. Bloodied, and using your powers causes strain on your body, and others can cause temporary or even permanent damage. This ranges from migraines to coma. Your weak body paired with your broken shard results in something extremely dangerous to you. Even the simplest uses of your powers will cause harm to your body. Passive powers will cause constant aches and pains, while active powers will cause internal damage ranging from coughing up blood, crying blood, nosebleeds, or even. Luckily, your shard still has some mana to the limit, so it will automatically terminate any power use if you are about to die due to it. Bar exceptional circumstances. Low power. Your shard doesn't have much power remaining. All your powers will be significantly weaker until you can manage to find a way to recharge your shard. Crypt Potentia. While your shard possesses unlimited energy potential, accessing this energy poses inherent risk. Your shard must expend energy in manner to establish a stable connection to extract the until you're powered down or abstained from using your powers for a year or more. You'll be limited to weaker manifestations of them. Hair Trigger. You find your power activating unintentionally. Wrong interface. Your shard's perception of the world is overlapping with your own. In most cases, this isn't so bad, but when you're near a parahuman, you perceive the shard in its entirety. At first, this causes a headache, but will eventually knock you out from sensory overload. You can acclimatize yourself to a parahuman by spending an extended period of time together. Too much or too little power while you're attending. This may be tied to a certain body part or emotion. You can train yourself to improve your control over your powers. Anti-Manton. Parahumans have a built-in limit to their powers, which prevents them from hurting the user in stupid ways, like spawning fire in vital organs, or you're using a phasing power to go through the ground. These are known as Manton limits, and you don't have any. On one hand, this lets you get a lot more lethal with your powers, but on the other hand, that increased lethality puts you at risk as well. You could potentially give yourself reflexive limitations on your powers so you don't hurt yourself with them, but without shard assistance, this would be hard to learn and dangerous practice. Loading. If you spend more than an hour without intentionally using your powers, your shard will go into a sleep mode to conserve energy. It will wake up once you try to use your powers again, but it will take around a minute before it's back to full function. While your shard is sleeping, you'll lose access to all shard-based powers and perks. Powers will not detect you as a parahuman when you are in sleep mode. Powers will not attack you as permanent. Oh, well, that's kind of cool. All right. All right. Shard of the Wanderer. Ascension. Shard assignment. Counting on you to carry out tasks to sabotage or contaminate the thinker's cycle towards its father's parameters. A metacycle, if you will. Soft hand to the alternative. The time frame for these assignments is extensive until golden morning or the end of the cycle, whether you choose apocalypse now or desire for survival. Cluster breaker. Cluster experiments are a test bed for data collection to stress test powers. Comparative research taking the form of grunge matches and lover spats on the ground of the primal motivators between life forms. The cycle's endgame once the entire host species has become a host. You take upon the task of disrupting a cluster's dynamics into a total breakdown of their kiss-kill mechanic insofar as interfering between their shard's connections. Once completed, your shard develops a feature to hack, subvert clusters, break them down, or remove their kiss-kill dynamic altogether. Overthinker. Thinkers are difficult to work with. Their purpose is usually a supporting element with the fraying alliance, and collaboration host species tend to form as convenience. Yet thinker hosts are addled with hang-ups related to their intelligence and awareness that are ironically their weak point. Compensating through their power, cultivating toxic traits, prone to create friction and needless conflict. This assignment dwells on a higher chance of thinker detection, which the assignment needs to reach completion. For you to cause an amount of 100 thinker migraines across different thinkers, raining on their parade. Fulfilling this task results in a personal thinker smokescreen, with thinkers having difficulty gathering reads from you while proportionally improving from the number of thinker-made headaches you cause. In the case of reaching 100 thinkers, will automatically reach a migraine when directing their sight on you. Rollout. A host's inherent conflict drive has the repercussion of forming environments rife with a certain amount of friction and tension if unaddressed when collaborating or forming a team with similar or different goals. Your job is to establish a team of parahumans with up to 20 members and successfully lead them for over 1 year. This serves as groundwork for reversing hosts' conflict drives, favoring cooperation with one another, developing a natural inclination towards unity. Unboxing. Tinker projects are black box to maintain the cycle and testing grounds from surpassing the entity's control, along with exploring options within the field such specialty collected from previous host species. Your job is successfully removing the black box from 10 distinct tincture projects and unearthing their scientific foundations. To manage your shard contains insight into Tinker Shard mechanisms or how to fill the holes through the Tinker cycle. Accomplishing this will give your shard the chance to trip all future black boxes open in less than 10 minutes. Hosts are left inexorably changed by the triggers, their lives as instruments for a cycle, leaving no room for effective treatment or healthy coping mechanisms to apply in their day-to-day lives, ending with a self-perpetuating spiral of unresolved trauma. The task dwells on successfully creating a support network or effective therapy for 5 parahumans. Having a low-level thinker power for data optimization. In layman's terms, parahuman psychotherapy. Successfully treating them rewards you with growing your thinker power to a passive understanding of anyone's hangups and how to help together with a power optimization or to a second trigger, as long as they sell their trigger trauma. The cycle emphasizes proactiveness at the cost of everything else, leading to the natural development of tribes warring with one another. You will be the wrench thrown into the system by being a unifying factor within a state, no matter the methods. Pulling this off might create a stabilizing effect with the network, refocusing efforts on you, resorting to cooperative measures between hosts and shards to deal with you. And that's what we got for that. Shard influence. You are pushed toward conflicts about your shard. How bad is it? If you choose no options here, your shard will not alter your personality in any way, shape, or form. Your shard might still push you toward conflict by strengthening your powers during times of conflict. Irritable. You find yourself slightly more easily angered. You find yourself slightly more prone to violence when angered. Irritable, wrathful, battle hungry. You want to fight. Going for a few days without fighting is fine, but going more than a week without a fight is nearly unbearable. Battle junkie, calm, battle orient. You become aware of your current improvement rate as well as the amount of fights necessary to raise it. Thus, you become a little obsessed with increasing this improvement rate, especially when the next increase is only a few fights away. For the majority of the time, this will simply lead to you becoming focused on fighting at least once a day. Though this can easily be substituted with sparring. When you're close to raising it, which can range from weeks to months, you'll get an urge to go on fighting a spree, which has to be with real fights. You can still take an off day every once in a while without problem. But taking longer rests will be a tad torturous for you, and as such, you'll be very hesitant to do so outside of special circumstances. After about a few years of this, you'll slowly wean off the combat, only needing this weekly sparring session to be satisfied after about a decade. Bloodthirsty. When you fight, you don't try to avoid maiming. In fact, you might even go out of your way to maim your opponents. Mental disorder. Your power has given you some sort of mental handicap, disorder, or quirk. This could be anything from a bad case of ADHD to a really bad case of OCD. Whatever you have a severe case of it. Relatability. You have lost all of your ability to relate to humans. This can be regained, but it will take a lot of work. You gain the ability to understand something related to your powers a lot better than you would have otherwise. If your power is dog related, you might gain the ability to understand dogs better than you had humans before. If your power is robot related, you might find yourself with the ability to understand AI, etc. Not so gentle push. You need to use your power, especially in new and creative ways. You can barely go a week without using your powers. It just isn't possible to go longer. Avoiding using your powers in new and creative and varied ways will result in your powers doing things without your consent, or them trying to get you killed. Yonder shard, or crowd, stalker, friendlies, or synchronicity. Your shard is quite inexperienced with handling whole thought process, and during its first connection with you, has decided to peek a bit into your human psyche with little care for how it could affect itself. As such, its first stages of human emotions are quite an intoxicating experience, to say the least, and now it wants more. All of it. Expect your powers to act not so discreetly without your control in a situation where you need help and quite the leeway in using them as you wish, although this might seem like a great advantage for you, and in a way it is. The problem arises when your shard now completely obsessed with you alone, decides that everyone else can be sacrificed to protect you, such as your protections killing potential enemies behind your back, and God help anyone who gets a bit too close for your shard's liking. Instead of giving you a mental quirk related to your powers, your shard, seeing how hard it is for humans to cope with cognitive issues, has kindly decided to take care of your neurology for you. In effect, this means you will suddenly get mental quirks depending on the situation your shard thinks will help, such as a bipolar manic phase when using your powers so that you are never afraid of them, or dehumanizing psychopathy to make it easier to kill your enemies. Your only saving grace is that any of those changes will be removed and your mind will return to a default state when your shard thinks they are no longer necessary. What measure is a non-shard? Your shard has decided that you don't need to understand anything but itself. It is all you need after all. You completely lost any ability to relate to any other being. Instead, you can understand your shard. You subconsciously know how to use it better than any parahuman, and even if it doesn't talk directly to you, you always know when it acts by itself on your behalf and why. Trying to relate to a human won't be impossible per se, but even if you work hard to this end, you always feel like their matters are strangely unimportant. Extreme dependent. It isn't just that you feel an urge to use your powers, it is that you cannot fathom not having them with you. At all times, in one way or another, you only feel safe when they are active around you, while turning them off would fill you with an increasing sense of overwhelming dread. You either need your Tinker Tech on you at all times if you are a Tinker, or your minions ready shy if you are a Master, and so forth. This is all the people that did this. I mean, this is so... There's so many ways you can go about this. It's amazing. No powers. Shardless. Shard essences. Since these powers are not tied to a shard, they can be grown through using creative exploration. They also can as nature in the right box. Here 3. Alright. Powers. Lucky mutations. Tier 2 and Tier 3. Power copy. Mutation. Power upgrades. Power fusions. Tier 0. Lesser power upgrades. Universal upgrades. Your power upgrades. Mr. Citywide, Mr. Countrywide, Mr. Worldwide, Mr. Universe. See, look at that. Look at that shit. So much shit you can do. I guess we'll go Shard then. And then Noble, alright. Power. Oh, and then I need perks. Bullying, mental barrier, sanctioning the mind. Drop the power. No, escape fiends are small and global wealthy. Use 5 enemies. Prototype Invictus, well adjusted. Nation pencil, fucking pencil. Definitely your control. This tier not. Pocket Shard. Perks. Powers. Tier 0. Power copy. There are so many different things. These are lesser powers, accessible to all power origins. One of these isn't even enough to make you a street level cape on its own, though if you're clever and skilled enough, it might give you enough of an edge for you to succeed. If you have shard origin, you may choose for them to be connected to your shard. Oh god, there's so many. Oh, that's universal. Alright, hold on. Oh, okay. Alright. Alright. Mover reaction. It takes a third of the time it would take otherwise for you to react to Simline. The average human can react in 0.2 seconds, with the fastest being 0.15 seconds. If you had an average human reflexes, your reaction time is now 1/15th of a second, or 0.067 seconds. Shaker, minor telekinesis. You are able to exert up to a maximum of 5 newtons of force total on objects within 50 meters of you. The force has to be spread between any objects. You are using this power 1. Shaker, alarm. You may copy any stimulus you perceive and have it appear at a later time. Any trigger is allowed, but it may only act on your knowledge and senses. For this example, you could be your copy the sound of roost and have it play every 24 hours or whenever you feel hurt. Shaker, handmade. You may replicate objects by touching them. This will cause physical strain proportional to it. And you may at most replicate 10 radius region for use. Replication may only be as complex and detailed as a handmade object. You may only replicate mundane things, meaning no Tinkertet or objects of supernatural origin. Shaker, stranger privacy. You are able to summon an intangible curtain that may selectively reflect both light and sound. Tangibility. Require brute minor force field. Your curtain may now be selectively tangible, allowing it to interact with the world. While they can handle a casual punch, be warned that this now allows them to be moved and interact with like a normal object. Oh, be moved and be interacted with like a normal object. Shaping. Shaker minor telekinesis required. Striker precise strike. They have upgraded this a lot from the last time I did this. You can now move and shape your curtain. This could let you bend your curtain to shine an object or even form it into a mask that moves with you. Senses. Your curtains can now affect all of the senses, allowing for full-fledged illusions. This could, for example, allow you to make a picture of a cookie that smells like one too. Brute hysterical strength. You can access all your strength at any time, allowing you to perform feats that normally can only be done when on an adrenaline high. This can cause damage to your muscles and bones. You are guaranteed to kill correctly given enough time. Shattered limits. Brute pink muscles. Brute black bone. Your refined pink musculature now has a perfect anchor in your black bone. Previously, despite your enhanced muscles, you couldn't fully unleash their power without risking fractures. That limitation is gone. Your skeletal structure is now strong enough to withstand the full force of your muscles, allowing you to exert your full strength without fear of injury. With this, the natural mental block that once restricted your muscle output has been lifted, granting you the ability to contract and pull with maximum force. Your now flexible yet dense muscle fibers also enhance your durability. Your flesh is nearly as impervious as your bones, capable of deflecting weapons and even stopping low-caliber bullets just by flexing. Despite this overwhelming strength, you have complete control over your muscle output, allowing you to regulate how much force you exert at any given moment. Brute pink muscle. Your muscles have transcended their natural limits, seamlessly fusing the power of white fast twitch fibers with the endurance of red slow twitch fibers to form a new superior hybrid variant, pink muscle. This mutation grants you explosive strength, relentless stamina, and peak efficiency across all physical feats. Refined and densely packed, your musculature maximizes power without excess bulk, ensuring that every fiber is optimized for force and resilience. Yet, despite this immense strength, your dexterity and precision remain untouched, allowing for seamless, controlled movement. Remember, force is mass times acceleration. Strength isn't just lifting power, but an all-encompassing boost across every parameter. Brute black bone. Your bones have become unnaturally dense and refined, granting them incredible durability, capable of withstanding tremendous pressure and even deflecting blades. Though your flesh may still suffer damage, your skeletal integrity far surpasses that of an ordinary human, forcing opponents to risk shattering their own bones upon impact with yours. As a result of the high rigidity in your skeleton and joints, your muscles can now exert far greater strength than they would normally, without fear of fractures or breakage. If you wish, your bones may even take on a black color. Cool. Brute countless joints. Your entire skeleton is made of thousands of joints, allowing your body to become elastic enough that you can strike opponents at a supersonic speed, similar to how a whip break sound barrier would swing. This doesn't increase your durability. Each full power hit seriously harms your body. You gain a minor regeneration factor in relation to your bones, making the chance of incorrect healing for your bones possible. Brute lung. Your lung capacity has been increased fourfold. In addition to that, when you breathe, you take in over 80% of oxygen in the air. This enhanced oxygenation energizes and strengthens your body while rendering you immune to the debilitating effects of oxygen pollution. This power not only offers you increased strength and vitality, but also allows you to adapt to any environment and format you pick up in extreme conditions such as high altitudes or low oxygen environments. You can stay absolutely still for extended periods of time. During this, you can go for long periods without breathing, eating, or sleeping. You can choose to change your temperature of your body from negative 50 degrees Celsius to 100 Celsius with no negative effects on yourself. This seems like a very big deal. Like 100 Celsius. Like, hold on. Yeah, that's like, that's big. -50. Yeah, Like, I could freeze water. That's a big deal. I believe. For 1 point, breaker vibration. You can vibrate any part of your body at up to supersonic speeds. This does not protect against anything beyond air resistance and friction with your own body. Master hypnosis. Hypnotist, you know how to implant ideas, whether it's the memorizing and dimensional timbre of your voice, or it's your hypnotic gestures. When you communicating with you for some time, people can easily fall into a trance and become pliable to your influence. True hypnotist required shaker, master, speaker. Required changer, clairvoyance. You can not only inject ideas in your victims, you can also give them unquestioning commands and partially change their consciousness. With the help of your mesmerizing voice and hypnotically attractive eyes, you can capture the attention of any person and put them in a semi-conscious state in which your victim will carry out all your orders. In this state, your victim is extremely receptive to your influence, and after leaving this state, your victim will not remember anything that they did under hypnosis. It doesn't work on people with strong wills. True tinkering. Oh, tinker handyman. When you're coming up with blueprints, your mental gaps will be filled by your unconscious mind as long as you have the prerequisite knowledge to come to the conclusion yourself given enough time. Also, it makes the age to learn engineering permanent. True tinker. Required tinker. Jack of all trades. Tinker research and development. Spark of genius for reviews. Super system mechanic. Legendary mechanic. The tinker toolbox or progression tree. Space engineers. You're a prodigy. Tinkering process. Your ability to design and visualize is far smoother than your innate talent, immediately accounting for any flaws or holes that you may have otherwise overlooked. Ideas come far more steadily, readily, and easily. And you've gained an innate understanding and talent that allows you to creatively apply and develop your knowledge base, particularly in the practice of invention of new technologies. Your tinker cycle can also be shortened, allowing you to choose to create minor white box tools to rapidly speed up the process. Internalized knowledge. Thinker. Understanding. Thinker. Gut instinct. Required thinker. Slash master. Organized mind. This ability has evolved from schematics to understanding everything. Your mind now subconsciously fixes false or otherwise incomplete ideas based on your knowledge. Not only will this help incorporate new knowledge into past ideas, knowledge, or thoughts, making it more complete, but it will also bring up past knowledge or ideas if the situation demands for it. This can range from schematics all the way to theories on people or even the fundamental forces of the universe. Blaster Deadshot. You have an intuitive understanding of angles and trajectories, granting you nearly perfect aim. You can line up your shots nearly instantly, even for complex trajectories where the bullet projectile bounces. You are still capable of missing if your aim is thrown off. Thinker, multitask. You can give your full focus to several things at the same time without difficulty. The amount of things you are able to focus on varies depending on how mentally taxing each task is, so you might be able to hold on to 2 or 3 conversations at once, but you could do a dozen minor tasks simultaneously. You are still limited by your physical capability to do multiple things at once. You only have so many hands after all. Automated deduction. Tinker. Thinker. Required. You can now have one additional trail of thought reserved for subconscious calculations. When you activate it and present it with a goal, it will try to come up with a solution using all the knowledge you possess in the most efficient way at an accelerated pace. These subconscious calculations will be as efficient as if you studied and devoted all your time to figuring out a solution to the present problem. Yourself under the constant influence of bullet time. Thinker, rubber ducky. You figure things out twice as fast if you say your thought process out loud. You can thinker, bullet time. You can process information at an unprecedented rate. When this power is active, the world seems to slow down to a crawl, making bullets seem to move no faster than a jogger. Even the most complex of information seems to flow into your mind with ease, enabling you to make quick decisions and solve problems. While your body retains its regular movement, you can easily make use of this enhanced mental speed to plan ahead, strategize, or simply take a moment to collect your thoughts. You can toggle this effect on and off. Overuse leads to headaches. Bats. Required. Blast tradition. Are you having difficulties at the moment? Had enough people warning you what to do at all times? Are you being treated as a complete deadbeat and people that make you feel valued? Well, worry no more, for we have a solution. We welcome you with Vault Tech Assisted Targeting System, a freshly dynamic auto targeting system made with top grade technology that allows you to shoot with pinpoint accuracy with almost no effort on your part. All you do is make a conscious choice on what you want to hit, and your hands move like smooth butter to shoot its target speed and accuracy that is sure to dazzle all the ladies. With VATS, you're one trigger away from solving all your problems. You also get a 15% discount on your next purchase and a brand new electronic waterproof toothbrush that's rechargeable with solar energy for free. We are not responsible for property damage, unintentional manslaughter, spontaneous dismemberment, or any questionable decision made during the operation of VATS. And a brand new electronic waterproof toothbrush that's rechargeable with solar energy for free. Well, Thinker, shouldn't an electronic toothbrush already be waterproof? It's a lot of reading. I'm gonna get more water. Water. Thinker reproducible time. Gut instinct. This power allows you to instantly sense the validity of answers to any questions you ask. When you receive an answer, whether through your own investigation, another person's response, or even your own intuition, you can use your gut instinct to determine its validity. This power does not grant you any additional information, but instead it gives you a feeling in your gut that the answer you receive is either correct or incorrect, or even half correct. This works best when you have more information on the subject. hindsight. Your insight into past actions has been enhanced, allowing you to identify mistakes and understand what went wrong with exceptional clarity. When you're reflecting on a past indecision or event, you can pinpoint flaws or missteps with a heightened sense of awareness. With this knowledge, your mind automatically adjusts your future actions to avoid repeating the same mistakes, improving your decision making over time. However, while this ability sharpens your hindsight, it doesn't guarantee flawless outcomes. It simply provides you with the tools to learn and adapt more effectively from your past experiences. Independent review. Power Creator Xenon. Required Tinker. Well, that's a lot of shit to have. Required Tinker, Thinker Master, Thinker. In any task, you become aware of flaws in what you have just done the moment a flaw or human error is committed. Your mind will simply never make that same mistake twice if you are capable of doing so. This, in essence, guarantees a totally flawless end product in any feat of design, and exponentially minimizes the possibility of natural error. As you perform basic intellectual and physical tasks, it can be exploited slowly, but surely learn to perform tasks you are completely unfamiliar with through trial and error, such as high-level mathematics or otherwise. That's cool. Striker Finger Painting. You can permanently change the texture and color of any surface you touch, such as turning a smooth flaxen floor to annoyingly rugged and navy. You may do this at will. Striker Precise Strike. You can exert a precise force on any surface you are directly touching. This force may be exerted in any way you desire, whether it's a poke, slash, or even manipulating a tool. The maximum force that can be exerted is based on your own strength, and it gets more precise the slower you are. A quick punch would only have the precision of a poke, but touching for a minute will allow for atomic precision. I don't get that one entirely, but, you know. Striker Optimal. Your hands can change any ingredient used for creation, such as chemistry or smithing, into its most optimal state for said task or design. This optimal state can be varied based on task. Striker Heat Exchange. You may exchange the temperature of anything you touch with the temperature of your own body. This could allow you to cool down a coffee by heating up your finger, or vice versa. Exchanging heat will cause physical strain proportional to the speed of the exchange. Changer hair/nails. You can control the length and strength of your hair and nails. You could become Rapunzel with hairs as durable as piano wires in minutes, and could grow your nails into claws as hard as steel. Changer contortionist. You have inhuman flexibility, able to contort your body into a space the size of your head. Spring. Your body has become a living tension coil, a fusion of raw kinetic energy and impossible flexibility. Every twist, bend, and contortion builds up stored power, turning your limbs into loaded springs and your entire form into a tightly wound force just waiting to be unleashed. You can wrench your body into extreme contortions and hold those positions, coiling yourself like a wound-up rubber band. The longer you maintain the tension, the greater the stored energy, until you finally let go, launching yourself forward with an instantaneous burst of momentum. A twisted torso can unwind into a devastating spin kick. A tightly coiled limb can lash out with whip-like speed, and compressed crabs can send you rocketing into the air, ricocheting off surfaces like a human pinball. Your speed and mobility are only limited by how much tension you can build before release. With practice, you can chain movements together in rapid succession, storing and discharging energy in a seamless flow of motion. But your own power is a double-edged sword. Releasing too much energy at once can send you flying out of control, and mistiming and snapback can turn an invention to a disaster. Just like an overstretched rubber band, pushing your limits too far can cause you to snap, straining your muscles, disclosing joints, or even fracturing bones under your immense force. Change your Ritsuka. You can transform your gender and appearance to what you would have looked like had you been born the opposite gender, as well as switch back to your original gender and appearance at will. Trump a word. You know when parahumans are nearby and have a one-word generalization of their powers. Stranger, weakling. People will initially come to the conclusion that you're weak, and that they could easily defeat you easily. You can turn this off so people can come to their own natural conclusions. Brute/breaker power nap. You can enter into a state of hibernation at will. While hibernating, your subconscious mind will keep off for danger and wake you when you want it to, allowing your conscious mind to rest in an enhanced sleep. Hibernation is 4 times more effective than sleeping, allowing a full night rest in just 2 hours. That'd be good with the Curse of Sloth. Like a log, brute stiff. When you enter your hibernating state, your body shuts down all non-essential functions, drastically reducing your need for food, water, and oxygen. You can survive for months on nothing, and your body prioritizes survival, conserving energy, and only using when absolutely necessary. The longer you remain in this state, the more your body adapts, developing resistances to toxins, extreme temperatures, and environmental hazards. While hibernating, your subconscious remains hyper-aware, passively absorbing details from your surroundings, conversations, movements, and even subtle shifts in your body language. Upon waking, you instinctively recall everything that occurred as if you had been fully conscious. Your mind also processes complex problems in your sleep, often allowing you to wake up with intuitive solutions, enhanced perception, and a clearer understanding of unresolved challenges. Split mind. Required thinker multitask. Required thinker master organized mind. With the ability to reroute your brain and ability to multitask, you are now able to split a portion of your mind off that is dedicated to sleeping, allowing the rest of your brain to function as fully rested 100% of the time. This counts for powers that require sleep or similar alternatives to take effect. Thinker/master autopilot. You can set yourself under a master effect to perform any task on autopilot. If you make a mental script for it beforehand, you can set any amount of protocols for any possible task. The quality of performance depends on thoroughness or script thought programming. Handyman. You can now create perfect instructions with all the gaps in the algorithm being perfectly filled by your subconscious. Instructions are so complete that you can program your body to interact as if it were piloted by a fully conscious being, or even make it behave completely identical to yourself. Of course, your thought programs would never be truly conscious, and as such, the displayed personality would not change with time, even if it executed its assigned task for years or decades. Thinker Master. Emotional magnet. You are able to sense and perceive the predominant emotions that a sentient being is currently undergoing within your field of view. Furthermore, you can subtly influence and guide this emotional state towards a different direction, from anger to fear, hate to happiness, etc. Thinker Master. Organized mind. You've been granted increased control over your mind, allowing you to rewire it as you wish. Applications of this include memory organization, mental searches, emotional regulation, and even management of your subconscious. This does not noticeably improve your thinking speed or ability to multitask. Automated power management. Thinker master autopilot. You can now construct subconscious programs that would utilize your powers in a specific way in response to certain stimuli, either external or internal. For example, you can set your powers to attack anyone around you if you ever fall unconscious, or if you have a teleportation power of some sort of program, make your teleportation power activate in some information detection cause your name and destination, serving as a teleportation mode without even being consciously aware of it. Brain reforming. Required doctor's cane. You can sleep and dream once again, and it brings far more benefits than before. You can now fall asleep instantly at will and wake up at any moment. When you are asleep, your subconscious brain will parse and organize all the knowledge you received during the day, even if something was in your field of view. Even if something was in your field. Only for a second, a barely perceptible sound you ignored, etc. All this will be analyzed and credited with the rest of your knowledge as if you personally devoted enough time to analyze the information at the last minute details. If you skim through the pages of the book after a light nap, it will be as if you read and comprehended perfectly every last bit of information presented. As your brain now constantly optimizes its information storage, its effects has also been enhanced. When presented with a problem, your brain will instantly find all relevant information even without you consciously trying to recall something. Shaker Master speaker. You could be a world-class orator, vocalist, or film ventriloquist with the ability to alter and project your voice's limits of your ability and slightly beyond vocals. Or cry or breaker. Vibration your supernatural control over your vocal cords allows you to mimic any voice you've ever heard perfectly. You also have perfect pitch. Thinker, stranger, fitting it. You have a perfect instinct for navigating any social circles and situations, able to effortlessly blend into any situation. You are a true social chameleon. Tinker Changer, cosmetic artist. You are a Tinker One specializing in makeup, hygiene, and grooming, hair styling, hair styling, and general cosmetic products. Faker, Tinker Stranger. You specialize in making fakes. This includes creating fake weapons, bodies, and other objects. Your imitation items are convincing to most, but thinkers and Tinker Tech users can check their true nature. Your creations, no matter how perfect, will still be fake. If you make a fake gun, it won't fire, and a fake shield won't be able to protect you. Brute/Thinker, Painkiller. Your sense of pain is replaced by a light, undistracting fizzy sensation, allowing you to operate at full capacity regardless of injuries. A different sensation, like an edge, will occur if what you're doing will exacerbate an existing injury. Blaster Striker, caustic fluids. At will, you can cause your spit and sweat to become caustic. It will cause mildly painful short-term reactions to anyone else it touches. Striker Brute. Unwavering grip. You have an unwavering grip that prevents anything you hold in your hand from being knocked down, taken away, or unintentionally released unless you consciously choose to let it go. Your grip extends the world around you, allowing you to make yourself nigh impossible to move relative to a static point. This also lets you climb walls and hang on ceilings. I don't know why I need striker fingerprinting, but alright. Well, maybe for good texture, for better grip, I guess. Changer Mover. Shivi, you can shrink down into a fun science version of yourself, greatly increasing your speed and mobility, and proportionally decreasing your weight and strength. Changer/Brute. Meathead, you can grow and increase your muscle mass significantly, enough to roughly triple your base strength. Brute/Mover. Surge. You can boost your strength, speed, and reaction time by 5, with the boost lasting only a split second, costing stamina and a 1-second cooldown after surge ends. A normal person can handle this, use this no more than 10 times in non-combat situations. Stranger Mover. Your movements and any clothing you wear are unnaturally quiet. Most people probably won't be able to hear you at all unless you're in a full sprint or wearing something obnoxiously loud like plate armor. Thinker public relations. You specialize in creating very kinds of outfits, equipment, drawings, and so on that can strike the hearts of people. This grants you parahuman levels of fashion design and can be used to make a lasting first impression. This Tinker specialty works well with other Tinker powers. PR's dream. Tinker Thinker garment. Your expertise allows you to imbue your creations with emotional resonance, allowing them to influence the emotions and perceptions of those who see or wear them. This allows the wearer of your creations to convey confidence, calmness, or inspiration as needed. Additionally, your designs can subtly affect the wearer's emotions, allowing them to embody the persona their attire represents. For example, a warrior's armor might instill courage and determination. A diplomat suit can enhance charisma and eloquence, and an artist's outfit might boost creativity and imagination. This emotional alignment helps the wearer act the part they dress for. Thinker Mover. Graceful. Your movements flow easily and gracefully. This enables you to effortlessly dodge attacks, stay balanced in any situation, and pull off extremely difficult maneuvers. Strange blood. The moment your blood leaves your body, it becomes completely useless for everything besides being an absolutely mundane human blood not connected to you. This also makes it useless for things like gene tests, cloning, and any blood-related powers besides your own. Root genetic template. You possess the ability to heal flawlessly. Injuries like dislocated joints will reset themselves, and issues such as myopia-related vision loss will also mend. This power doesn't affect the speed of healing. Instead, it ensures that any healing your body undergoes is precise. For instance, if it typically takes weeks for a wound to close, this healing process will occur flawlessly over those weeks. No more poorly healed broken bones causing future problems. Golden body, brute, hysterical strength, brute, big muscles, black bone, lung, reaction, tortuous, blueprint, effective unassisted, waste not, want not. Your body is physically perfect, combining immense strength, endurance, and agility without any weaknesses. You do not age or deteriorate over time, remaining in peak condition indefinitely. You possess strength at the absolute peak of human potential, capable of lifting up to 4,000 kilograms, 8,800 pounds under optimal conditions. Your endurance is limitless. You never tire, allowing you to exert yourself at full capacity, and definitely without the need for rest or recovery. Your durability is exceptional. Your muscles and skin are as soft as silk to the touch, yet resistant to extreme forces such as withstanding low to medium caliber bullets and immense pressure without harm. Your speed and agility are unmatched. You move with the coordination of a master acrobat, reacting in milliseconds to any stimulus. Your body operates with absolute precision, ensuring that every motion is efficient and perfectly executed. No movement is wasted, no balance is lost, and no action is beyond your control. Your lifespan extends far beyond that of ordinary beings. You are biologically immortal, able to live for thousands of years and more without experiencing physical decline. Time holds no power over you. You will never weaken, never wither, and never degrade. Your body does not scar, wrinkle, or suffer from wear, remaining as pristine and flawless as the day you were born. Your appearance reflects this perfection. Every feature is symmetrical, every muscle ideally sculpted, and no imperfection mars your form. Whether in motion or at rest, you embody both power and grace, and extensive without physical flaw or limitation. Swift, pink and black lung reaction, change your contortionist. Systems waste not, want not. Water breathe. Thinker, understanding. Your brain has reached new heights, allowing you to intuitively understand and comprehend everything much faster. What used to take you weeks now takes you hours or even minutes. Your neuroplasticity is through the roof. Swift insight, required thinker. Your mind processes information at an accelerated rate, effortlessly grasping complex concepts in minutes. Heightened neuroplasticity for instinctual understanding, a reliable gut instinct for truth assessment, and an organized mind that orchestrates thoughts, memories, and emotions. Combined to create a formidable force. The result is unparalleled cognitive prowess, facilitating seamless navigation through thought process, perception, and decision making. Water breathing. Your lungs now possess the ability to filter water, entering them in ways that let you both breathe water as if it were air, both fresh and salt water. Breathing water automatically takes care of the liquid requirements of a healthy diet. Polluted/contaminated water is still dangerous to you. You can also handle water pressure 50% better than the average human. You also no longer have a gag reflex for liquids. Okay? Don't get your mind in a gutter. Striker, gone to 111. With a touch, you have the ability to transform any type of liquid into any type of beverage you desire. Thinker, clarity. Jesus fucking Christ. They've added so much. Wait. Clarity. Your mind is sharpened, improving your focus, creativity, and memory. With your newfound clarity, your mind effortlessly flows from one thought to the next, completely unhindered by unwanted distractions. While this does not improve your intelligence and comprehension abilities, this greatly improves your creativity. Your mind has been sharpened, improving your focus, creativity, and memory. With your newfound clarity, your mind effortlessly flows from one thought to the next. This also enhances your memory, making it impossible to lose your train of thought and forget any potential ideas. Comprehension. Rapid learning, not escape, your master, blah, blah, blah. Your mind constantly organizes all the knowledge you receive through all of your experiences without the need for downtime and rest. The moment you see a page in a book, for example, is imprinted into your memory with instant and perfect understanding of every bit of information. Your mind will also automatically extrapolate any missing information based on your knowledge, as well as correct false data. Thinker. Waste not, want not. You can get the most out of everything you engage with. Avoiding unnecessary waste. Your body can efficiently extract the most nutrients from food, keeping you full and hydrated for longer periods of time. This applies to your sleep as well, making it so you have to sleep less for the same benefits as a full night's rest. Other examples include crafting and getting the most out of your ability to manage time and space as resources. There's a lot of synergies here. Stranger King engine. Your heartbeat can become really loud enough for everyone around you to hear clearly at 130 decibels, which is the equivalent of a hammer pounding a nail. The stronger your muscles are, the louder your heart will beat. This doesn't give any other real benefits besides the loud heartbeat. The heartbeat won't impede or damage your hearing. You can turn it off or on whenever you want, but it may sometimes turn itself on its own if your emotions or enough, like fear or anger. Tinker, medieval. You are knowledgeable in the techniques used to create medieval technologies such as iron blades, catapults, forts, and more. You have a strong understanding of the materials, tools, and techniques used in forging and are skilled in the creation of medieval technologies using these methods. Exotic, let's say interactable. So, to be alright, that is right, interactable. When tinkering, you can selectively treat anything you touch as if if it had the properties of iron or steel, with these properties selectively staying present in the final result. This allows you to do things such as forge futuristic alloys into plain plate armor using medieval methods, or even create swords of ice with the durability of steel. With time, you can work light itself into armor, and arm yourself and others with blades forged from fire and lightning. Blast of the Past. Required thinker, Gould. Through your connection to your ancestors, you now not only have access to medieval blueprints, but also all skills and knowledge from medieval times. You can seamlessly engage in swordplay with the expertise of a knight, practice herbal medicine as understood in that era, and navigate court politics with the cunning of a noble diplomat. However, the knowledge and techniques you possess are rooted in the understanding of medieval times, meaning areas such as medicine or science may be outdated, rudimentary, or even incorrect by modern standards. Thwip. 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 You can shoot and create sticky threads coming from your wrist made of an organic material similar to a spider web. The amount of webs you produce depends on your stamina and or the body's internal fat stores. Use this for barriers, or a defensive perimeter, or bindings or traps. Change your brute skin. You manipulate the texture, color, and density, sensitivity, and health of your skin. You can harden the skin, offering a slight durability alongside changing the texture of it, appearing rocky on the surface, each in changing the hues of your skin as a makeshift camouflage. By consequence, you have a borderline parahuman sense of touch. Colorful eyes. You can sense the color and shape of your eyes and make them a little shine. This doesn't offer any benefits, but you can copy other people's retinas to fool eye scanners. That's pretty cool. Animalistic ocular variants. Thinker/boot. Flawless ocular donor. You can copy the eyes and ocular characteristics of animals you've encountered and studies the eyes of, be it to experience having compound eyes like those of insects for night, heat, or monocular vision, or see more colors like tetrachromats do, as long as you manage to encounter animals who have these kinds of visions. Thinker/Trump. Dare to be stupid. When planning or deciding on an idea, you can now think of a possible and semi-plausible, really stupid idea. If you decide to go through with this idea, then the idea is immune to most prediction-based thinker abilities and has a higher chance to work depending on how smart your opponent is. I can't believe that worked. Let's say Guard. Thanks to your luck, any of your semi-plausible stupid ideas are now guaranteed to work out at least as competently as a well-thought-out plan or idea. What's more, the smarter your opponent or opponents are, the more potent your luck is, further increasing the chance of your plan succeeding. If your opponent was someone like a Cord, the chances of your stupid ideas being successful might be almost 100%. You are also a complete blind spot to all prediction-based thinker abilities, short of those that are all or nothing, like a Tesla, weaponized smooth ring required. I don't get it. Your mind operates with an unshakable simplicity, cutting through the fog of manipulation and deception. Abstract concepts, illusions, metaphors, and direct mind games fall flat against you because you lack the capacity, or perhaps the burden, to interpret anything beyond its most literal meaning. When someone attempts to ensnare you in an elaborate illusion or manipulate your thoughts through subtle persuasions, their efforts crumble like a house of cards. Indirect psychological tactics, false visions, layered meanings, or intricate suggestions fail entirely, as you cannot be swayed by anything you do not perceive exactly as it is. Direct mind control will still take hold as it bypasses interpretation entirely, but any attempt to confuse or mislead you through indirect means is doomed to fail. A false reality conjured to distract or disorient you becomes meaningless. You perceive it as no more than what it appears on the surface. Enemies who rely on tricks of the mind find their efforts reduced to nothing. Brute Breaker, efficient automatic systems. Every autonomic part of your body, such as your liver, lungs, and lymphatic nodes, have been streamlined and optimized for peak efficiency. These systems can now handle and counteract challenges such as detoxifying your body at accelerated rate and managing toxins, heavy metals, and other harmful substances that would overwhelm a normal body. Additionally, minor imperfections like wisdom teeth, certain bones like the fibula and inverted eye cones have been corrected. Fabula. Avoiding a small bone embedded with an intended locate. It can lead to pain swelling known as fibula syndrome and is treated with surgery. That fucking sucks. This optimization means that minor injuries and illnesses heal faster. You fend off infections and diseases more effectively, require less sleep without sacrificing restfulness, and your lymphatic system is heightened, minimizing downtime and maintaining your peak physical condition. Refined biology. Required thinker/brute, waste not, want not. Your body now operates at peak efficiency, maximizing every biological function. Every muscle, bone, and organ works at 99% optimization, ensuring no energy or nutrients are wasted. You can break down and absorb even the toughest organic matter, fully recycling everything you consume. As a result, your stamina is nearly limitless, though exerting yourself too much can still wear you down. Your sleep cycles have also adapted. You can use unihemispheric slow wave sleep, allowing part of your brain to rest while the other stays active. Eliminate the need for full sleep. While you no longer require sleep to function, you may still feel a mental desire for it. When you do sleep, your REM cycles are far more effective, fully restoring your body and mind in a fraction of the time. In practical terms, you only need 1 hour of sleep per week, though even that is more for mental relief than any actual necessity. Striker Thinker, book osmosis. By touching a book, you can absorb its contents and gain all the knowledge within. You will have the perfect understanding of the knowledge. However, if you try to absorb all the information too quickly, you may suffer from headaches, and you will have trouble remembering the material. You can also use this power while sleeping, passively gaining knowledge of books you are touching as you rest. However, in this case, much of the information will be stored in your subconscious, making it harder to access directly. Instead, it may come to you in the form of instincts, dreams, or sudden insights. This does not protect you from hazardous information. Breaker, Striker, Clothes. No matter what outfit you choose, you'll experience complete comfort. Regardless of the circumstances, you can wear high heels and hike for hours without any pain or discomfort, or don a heavy cloak under the hot sun without feeling overheated or burdened, whether you're dressed for elegance or practicality. Brute change your sharp teeth. Your teeth become incredibly strong, like titanium, and are sharp like razors. You can also change their shape, color, and slight structure, defaulting to a shark-like appearance. Your oral cavity and tongue gain an equal strength, ensuring you don't accidentally cut your tongue. And if you try to chew on concrete or metal, swallowing such materials is not advisable. Strong jaws. Change your contortionist brute hysterical strength. Your jaws are enhanced to complement your teeth, significantly increasing both its range of motion and its bite strength. With this, you could even fit and crush multiple bricks in your mouth if you wanted. If you wanted. Thinker, cipher. You are a natural hyperlinguist, and a subsection of your brain is built for storing and processing what you know about languages, including both their meaning and grammar. This applies to all forms of language, including but not limited to verbal, written, and even Maya language, given enough time. Process is faster the more languages you know, and the more similar the new language is to ones you already know. This will allow for you to immediately understand someone's language, but will significantly speed up the process. Babel 2. Required Babel. You are now the master of every known language, with you now easily making a new language a mere thought. Alongside this ability, you have also gained the ability to naturally address each entity in its natural tongue, even at the same time, both through writing and verbally. You could theoretically talk to the whole world at once, with each single person hearing their natural language. Somehow, this also allows deaf people to naturally understand you, even if they can't hear you and can't see you using sign language. Brute Master. Creeping hand. You may now detach your hands at will, and they function as if still attached. Your body may regrow new hands over time, but it can take up to a few weeks to fully regenerate to gnome. You can implant eyes into your detached hands, which will likewise continue functioning as before, granting you another viewpoint. The time necessary to grow your eyes and hands is halved. Flying hands. Minor telekinesis. Your hands are no longer limited to crawling along surfaces and may now move through the air with ease. They do not have much force behind their movements, so don't expect them to be able to pick up anything heavier than a wrench. Thinker Shaker. Pain of paperwork. You have gained the ability to defeat the greatest threat to any being in any position of power. Paperwork. No matter how much paperwork you need to do, you could complete it in no more than 30 minutes and be done as if you dedicate yourself completely to the task, using all your knowledge and abilities. Lawyer from hell. Required. Lawyer. Your knowledge of the law has now upgraded itself to include all the laws of the governing body of any area you happen to be in, be it the country or an entire star system. You also know all the loopholes of traps present with legalese. Thinker Cipher. Maker Understanding. Your ability to complete paperwork has been upgraded to include all kinds of legalese speak, and every bit of paperwork you now do is foolproof within the system of laws you work with. No lawyer or devil can find any loophole in any document you have been part of creating. Thinker Master. What? You egg? What? You egg? You are savant when it comes to insults, whether it be based upon a person's appearance or character. Your insults are astonishingly accurate, always hitting where it hurts emotionally. That is, this power does not cause direct physical damage. Do note that you have no direct control over how a person will respond to your assault, or one person will collapse inside with with a potent insult, and another would go into a blind rage. Not all insults are equal, though. You can't expect a weak or cut and paste insult to have much effect, though it would have a minuscule improvement. Thinker Brute. Flawless ocular dome. You have twin vision. Your eyes can regenerate any damage done to them, and they'll have graft tolerances as transplanted. You can also painlessly touch your eyes, which will remain functional even if without a body to sustain them. Your eyes will regrow within a week. Multiple POVs. Thinker third person POV. Your eyes count as yourself and can thus each employ third person vision, though their range is half. You can hear them through them due to this perspective and not using your ears to hear. Your detached eyes can also rotate seamlessly without moving. This doesn't allow you to focus on each of them simultaneously. You can only perceive through one perspective at a time, though you're always aware of how much noise, visual and auditory each eye perceives. You have to switch your current perspective if you want to see or hear through them. You possess the ability to guide to the flow of blood throughout your body. Heyo! This would allow you to do things like modify your heart rate, scab quickly, and reach your body temperature and even force harmful toxins out of your bloodstream. Favorite of Landsteiner, the current Stranger King Engine, the current Stranger, the current Lakers Blaster Strike, Toxic Fluid. Your body has undergone a radical transformation, turning your bloodstream into a corrosive medium that you can weaponize. You can inject caustic blood from your body to inflict damage on your surroundings or enemies shooting up to dozens of meters away with one pinpoint accuracy. Your heart rate serves as a key component of your abilities, generating powerful sound waves that resonate throughout your body. These vibrations enhance blood flow, increasing your endurance, oxygen distribution, and the range at which you can project your caustic blood. The louder and faster your heart beats, the more oxygen and adrenaline you can pump into your muscles, granting you temporary bursts of superhuman strength and speed. An interesting secondary aspect is that the faster your heart beats, the faster you can replenish blood. You have precise control over your corrosive fluids, allowing you to selectively concentrate their acidic properties in specific parts of your body. This specialization increases potency in the targeted areas, but reduces the acidity elsewhere, providing flexibility in both offense and defense. Thinker, get glitchy feeling. You have a minor but far out danger sense in the form of a series of sensations that make your head swim and your legs tremble, leaving you uncomfortable for a short time. This will never occur during active combat or whenever it is otherwise instrumental where you experience it. This sense is never wrong per se, but you can easily overestimate what they're warning you about. These feelings will be an omen for bad things to come within the next 6 hours of you experiencing these feelings. However, the seriousness of these events does not affect the potency of the sensation, so whether the feeling is warning you about an upcoming inbreaker attack or having a really heated argument with a close friend remains unclear. When the event occurs, you will know that it's what the feelings were warning you about. Closing the gap. 6 things. Your sense to anticipate danger can now lock in on the event your glitchy feeling warned you about. However, it won't outright inform you what they are, so long as the event itself isn't the kind to suddenly happen without any warnings, i.e. a drive-by shooting or an inbreaker attack. So you can use your sixth sense to help infer what the event could be. The closer you are to the event occurring, the heavier your danger sense will feel to you. This will continue until you are within 1 hour of the event occurring. If the event happens within the first hour after receiving this warning, it will feel heaviest within 10 minutes of occurring instead. Half remembered. Half remembered echoes. Once you get an uneasy sensation that something bad is coming, you start experiencing small, fleeting moments of deja vu. These moments are vague and scattered, like half-remembered dreams, but they grow stronger the closer you are to whatever glitchy feeling was warning you about. When you're just minutes away, the deja vu becomes overwhelming, locking you into an eerie certainty that you already lived this moment before. The feeling of deja vu won't tell you why it matters, or what's about to happen, but you'll be sure that this moment is part of it. Your instincts will sharpen, making it easier to tell if something feels right or wrong. But the deja vu doesn't come with the answer. You sense that you've lived this before, and that what you do next count. If you manage to change course, make choices that take you away from the danger, the deja vu week is becoming less intense and less frequent. This doesn't mean you avoid the event entirely, just that you nudge yourself off the direct push towards it. But as deja vu keeps building, you'll know you're steadily heading straight for whatever's coming. Think problem solving. Your ability to solve problems has been increasingly tenfold. You can process information, evaluate options, and come up with solutions way faster than normal. What would take others minutes or hours, you can do in a few seconds. You can analyze a problem and mentally run through dozens of possible solutions, narrowing it down almost immediately to what you think is most likely to work. You'll be able to come up with solutions on the fly and adjust your approach as new information comes in. Assessment power creators, your mind will automatically utilize all information as it's supposed to generate as many as possible solutions at any problem you're aware of. The moment a combat scenario begins, you will have several thousand escape routes and hundreds of strategies for hundreds of possible powers you may possess. When you sit down to develop technology, your mind will formulate millions of ways to assemble circuits, fuel cells, and motor components in a supercomputer. This ability can only use information you're aware of as a folder for these solution sets, and these solutions may be subject to your own ignorant perception of these quantities. Brute biocompatibility. Your genetic makeup becomes somewhat malleable. I'm gonna get some water. Your genetic makeup becomes somewhat malleable, able to temporarily adapt to foreign bodies entering your system or adapt your biological material to foreign bodies. You can transplant organs, transfuse blood, and so on without fear of rejection, even if the donor is an alien, a mutant, or anybody else. This works both ways, so you act both as a universal recipient and universal donor. This even allows you to have children with races that are normally biologically incompatible with you, with the resulting offspring becoming true hybrids, gaining all the benefits and lessening the drawbacks of the parent's respective species. Godric the grafted, oh shit, full body detachment. In addition to safely detaching any body part or an organ, you can now attach others in their place, no matter how biologically incompatible or alien they are. Newly attached organs will integrate without any issues, possibly even providing you with various boons if the body part in question was taken from someone possessing superhuman capabilities, with your flesh seamlessly connecting all the new additions. The moment they touch your body, the only real limitation is that you can only have one brain. Thinker, knowledge condensation. Your mind condenses crystals that contain your experience, such as a single memory, knowledge, or skill. It may at most contain an hour of your information, and it is wiped from your mind. This process will take a second for every minute of information stored. Keep in mind that any knowledge or skills gained will be fairly weak, as anything decent would typically take longer than an hour to learn. Manage knowledge. Required. Thinker, master, organized mind. With the ability to organize your mind, you are now able to manipulate knowledge you store in a crystal more precisely. This allows you to store multiple memories in a crystal, more precisely tune how knowledge is presented, or you can combine previous skills to form. Improved condensation, brute breaker, power nap. With the powers of mental hibernation and acceleration combined, you may now condense larger crystals while napping. There is no limit on storage size of such crystals, and they condense at a rate of 1 hour of information every second. Crystal clear. With improved... Oh, there's more of this. Shit. You are no longer at the mercy of random mutations. When you transplant an organ or a body part onto yourself, the constantly adapting nature of your DNA will assimilate all positive traits of the transplanted body part and gradually spread them over the rest of your body. These new traits will perfectly integrate with your biology, never hindering you and causing unwanted changes. This allows you to potentially achieve any mutation with the right template. Additionally, you can now reverse any changes that were caused to your biology, whether as a result of your own evolution or outside mentally. With improved clarity of thought and a natural grasp of communication, your knowledge download. With the power to absorb external information, you may now choose to channel it directly into a crystal at normal speeds. This information may come from anywhere, whether it be display. Using a condensed crystal on a living being, you can also choose to turn it into an illusion, describing the experience in real time. Fuse. You can now join two crystals together by touching them and allowing them to combine in knowledge. The closer the two crystals are in knowledge, the higher quality the fusion will be. If being fused previously came from a fusion, it grants a 20% penalty to its maximum knowledge. Skill crystals. Thinker, Uber. You can use Uber to gain mastery over specific technique, and then crystallizing using Thinker knowledge. The skills you master with Uber is not bound by the 1 hour limit, just limited. Schematics. Your ability to easily make mental blueprints allows you to ensure how to guide to make a weight piece of Tinker Tech. Your part could be added, but not the full engine. It is also as strong as 1 SP. Replacing could be upgraded to 2 SP depending on what the add-ons. That's cool. That's really cool. Change your guided growth. You may now choose to guide the growth of your body to copy anything you type at the cost of increased demand on the body. You can choose to copy any mundane features you want, such as hair color, margin modification, the grade of calorie consumption. This will not be any faster than normal, meaning it may often take many months or even years to fully enact a change. though depending on what you are trying to change, you might be able to accelerate the process through mundane methods such as exercise or hair growth formulas. Also, this may only copy from those that are the same species as you. Hold on real quick. You are no longer restricted to your own species, allowing you to copy from any organism you touch. Growth override. You may now choose to regenerate your body at rapid rates at the cost of increased bodily strength and calorie consumption. Root Thinker Solar. While stationary, sunlight invigorates you in both body and mind. The invigoration of light provides sustenance to quicken metabolism, increase fatigue, enhance cellular regeneration, improve physical capabilities. The invigoration of the mind provides improved clarity, perception, rationale, and willpower. Thinker Trump HUD. You can summon a mental HUD that only displays all your powers and their upgrades. If your powers can create new powers, the HUD allows you to manage this process directly. You can only watch, not interact. You Thinker, attention to detail. You are perceptive, extremely so. You can notice the smallest details and notice them near instantly. You also have no trouble recalling those details. That's about as far as this goes. Actually making use of those details, be it for projection or anything else, is up to you. This power only helps you notice details. Watch me. Thinker, pulse line, thinker, paper principle, thinker, master, organizer. Your mind has evolved into a perfect analytical engine, capable of seeing not just details and patterns, but their long-term implications. Every problem, situation, or subject you observe is broken down into its fundamental components within moments, allowing you to understand how every piece interacts and how small the changes will ripple outward. You don't notice just details, you instantly comprehend their significance, spotting weaknesses, opportunities, and the most efficient path forward with almost supernatural clarity. This extends to people, social dynamics, combat, and large-scale strategy. Given time to analyze, you can predict how someone will act, under the exact pressure points to exploit, and orchestrate long-term plans with a ruthless efficiency. Your ability to optimize your own thought process in real time makes your decision-making flawless, constantly refining how you analyze, call, and apply knowledge. Given enough data, you could devise counter-strategies on the fly, predicting and acting to your walking grandmaster strategy, capable of countering and outmaneuvering even the most unpredictable situation. Thinker, affection meter. You have the power all dating sims need, an affection meter. Ideal route. In your mind, there is a mental notebook. This notebook records everything you learn about the people you interact with. It keeps track of the clothes they would like to wear, their favorite things, their dislikes, and how they respond to different actions. The notebook grows over time, adding more details as you observe and interact with them. This notebook is very detailed. It notices even small changes in their feelings, such as a slight drop in affection caused by something you said or did. Every reaction, no matter how small, is recorded and stored for future reference. If you choose to enter a state called ideal mode, this mode uses the information in the notebook to guide your behavior, helping you match the preferences of the person you are focusing on. It assures that your actions, words align with what they like, making you appear as their ideal type. This mode adjusts your behavior to avoid mistakes and create a perfect connection with the person based on their preferences. You can choose what format you prefer, from gauges to numbers or even an aura around your target. This only allows you to see positive emotion the person has, relationship, and how. Thinker, the perfect shot. Whenever you're being visually recorded or come into focus of a camera, you'll gain awareness of its perspective. In addition to gaining the viewpoint you're being observed from, you can also perceive how the shot will turn out. Whether it will be a bad photo, red, a good photo, yellow, or a perfect photo, green. This allows you to adjust yourself in ways to let your best self be photographed and recorded. Thinker, third-person POV. Just like you see the back of characters in visual video games, you now examine yourself from a third-person perspective. Thinker, physical profile. You're capable of mentally viewing information about yourself. This only includes your body. This perspective can zoom out. It can go through thin walls if you press yourself to them, but cannot go through thick walls or the ground. This perspective will always be focused. Remain unaffected and you control both, and you can hear through it. This, however, can serve as a vector for any other sensory powers you want. You're capable of mentally viewing information about yourself. This only includes your body. That can range from seeing your lifting strength at maximum speed to the amount of cells in your body or what your blood is like. Much more accurately and detailed than a blood test could show. You can view some very specific information if you manage to find the right sub-menu, like what your kidney processes or the details of your brain parts. This only shows you your current data. Thinker, indirect oracle. You may choose to perceive the olfactory, tactile, and gustatory timeline of an entity you are touching. You may look up to at most an hour into the past or future and will take up most to do. This would, for example, allow you a sense of an object has been in an easily distinguishable environment, such as a sewer or landfill. Tinker Stranger Skin Belt. Your body has natural folds that function as multi-use pockets. This allows you to hide a variety of small items on your person with easy stowage and retrieval. Striker Thinker Diagnostic. With a single physical touch, you can diagnose yourself and others, identifying any and every ailment, wounds, and even toxins affecting the body. This ability allows you to pinpoint the exact location of the infliction, understand its danger, determine how long it has been present, and predict potential side effects or complications, etc. You can even use this on recently deceased to understand the full cause of their death. While this power provides comprehensive information about the condition, it does not reveal a cure or solution, only the full scope of the issue. As the world itself acknowledges your supreme power, you generate a variety of minor effects. The earth around you shakes with your mere presence, the wind trembles with your every footstep, the sky roars with thunder at your anger. These effects are somewhat random and cannot be used before combat, but they will always look extremely cool. You aren't limited to the three-mentioned effect. You can generate anything from glowing eyes to changing the color of the sky, as long as it is cosmetic. You cannot turn this power off, though you can scale it down. Thinker, Pepper's Principle. Your ability to manage and apply your existing knowledge more effectively has been boosted. Rather than just learning new skills, your mind finds ways to optimize how you use what you already know, leading to faster growth and greater efficiency in all areas of life. It allows you to structure and reorganize your thoughts, ideas, and experiences. Okay, good. Just making. You are able to intuitively recognize patterns and improvement processes that are previously. This power doesn't just make you smarter, it helps you maximize your mental potential by finding the best ways to organize and plan what you already know. Thinker, eye measurement. You can instantly determine the exact measurements of any object you look at. All measurements are automatically transmitted to your mind in the metric system of your choice. Thinker, flow state. You are always in a flow state, a zone of focus and clarity where your mind and body operate in extreme conjunction. Whether you're solving problems, competing, or performing a separation, you're always functioning at the peak of your natural abilities. Distractions fade away, hesitation disappears, and every action feels exact and precise. You won't surpass your physical or mental limits, but you will always perform at 100% of what you're truly capable of and no less. In any situation, you're at your best. However, this does not make you better make you better at your given talent. You're simply doing your best, so you will have to train to become the best. Shaker, Shadow Puppet. Ever tried doing a shadow puppet? Yeah, you know, using your hands to shape the shadows on the wall to form different shapes. Well, you got supernatural talent in that trick now. You don't even need to move your hand. Just think of whatever you want, and the shadows will form it with ease. You still need to use your hands as the focus, of course. Autonomous shadow. Required body language. You're not limited to just hands. Your entire body can be used as a focus by extension of your shadow. Your only limit is that your shadow stays bound to wherever it is. Shadow show. Body language, dramatics, magician, presentation. Any and all shadows within your vicinity are now your stage to control. They slither and jump through surfaces with serpentine grace, horrifying glares, or anything else you can think of. The only thing stopping you from becoming a true campfire story is the lack of auditory cues and other miscellaneous additions, which will come from your other powers. Brute, minor force field. You are surrounded by thin, skin-tight, invisible force field forming a protective barrier. While it offers some defense, the field is delicate. It can absorb and completely nullify the force of its standard punch, but when subjected to impact stronger than the punch, the field will only partially disturb the impact, press the hit while creating a temporary hold. This means you'll still take damage, but it is spread out, much like the effect of a bulletproof vest. The stronger the force of the hit, the less effective this version becomes. The holes repair themselves rapidly, healing a rate of approximately 5 square inches per second. Wings. You now have wings on your back that are proportional to your body. You may choose the appearance of the wings, but only once before insertion. You can't fly with them, but you can glide. The wings are made of thin but powerful muscle and bone and can fold up into your body. The wings heal at a similar rate and efficacy to any other limb. So if they're cut off, they can't regrow naturally with just this power. They can't fold up if heavily injured, and if they are inside your body when injured, they will be forced out. Thinker and slash mover. Cat's landing. You always land on your feet, even if someone knocks you off balance or pushes you. You will always land on your feet. Even if you're upside down and only an inch off the ground, you flip over and land on your feet. This does not prevent you from breaking your legs from the landing. If you're launched at a wall, you can choose to temporarily count the wall as your landing spot, making you hit the wall feet first. Brute, muscular growth. Your muscles grow stronger and more durable at an accelerated rate, becoming denser without increasing in size. As you exert yourself, your muscles adapt, improving stamina and energy, allowing you to perform demanding tasks longer periods without fatigue. This power makes you more resilient to physical strain, increasing both your strength and endurance over time. This comes with higher maintenance, requiring more nutrition to maintain. Thinker, understanding. You have an unparalleled mastery over physical movement. Your understanding of body mechanics, coordination, technique is near instantaneous, allowing you to absorb and master any physical skill, from martial arts, sports, parkour, or any precision-based tasks like surgery or marksmanship. In record time, if you see it, you can learn it. If you practice it, you can perfect it. In other words, you can copy physical motions extremely well. Your muscular adaptation now works in harmony with your accelerated learning, ensuring your body physically adapts as quickly as your mind. Movements that would normally take years of training to refine become second nature in days, even hours. When learning a new skill, your muscles optimize themselves for the act, ensuring that every action you take is backed by a perfect body perfectly tuned for this new skill. Additionally, your muscle memory is enhanced, allowing you to recall and execute learned movements flawlessly, even under extreme duress. You don't just remember how to perform a technique, you internalize it, making it feel as natural as breathing. Breaker, wasteless. Your body no longer needs to sweat or produce waste. As such, processes that would need either of those are handled by your power. So, for example, your temperature is constantly adjusted to what it would have been had your body still produced sweat. Changer, internal intangibility. You can selectively cause anything foreign inside your body to become intangible. This could allow you to put an apple in your mouth and store it for later consumption, or swallow a sword for a magic trick. Objects maintain position relative to your center of mass while intangible. You also gain a basic spatial sense of what is currently inside your body. You can move things around inside your body. This could allow you to regurgitate things or even absorb/eject them through your skin, organ storage, full body detachment. You are able to store your body parts within one another. others, such as Stormy's spare leg and her torso, though it may take time to absorb its truth. This also grants the capability to grow spare limbs even if you currently have all limbs attached, allowing you to always have totally body access without sacrificing on your potential number. Organ transportation. You may treat your projections as part of your own body, allowing you to move your limbs through your projections onto the other side. This does require you to keep the core organ on the other side, so unless you have multiple torsos, you're not able to fully travel via projection. Root, orange bone marrow. Your bone marrow has radically changed, becoming densely packed with essential materials, serving as both a reservoir for energy and a powerhouse for cellular regeneration, able to store vast amounts of nutrients and fat for times of need, even allowing for rapid bursts of strength and stamina at a pinch. Additionally, your red and white blood cell production has been greatly reinforced, bolstering your immune system to the point where most infections struggle to take hold before being eradicated. This, however, doesn't make you immune to illness. This shift has also triggered a surge in stem cell production, subtly enhancing your body's natural healing and granting a mild but noticeable boost to regeneration. Although together, these enhancements make you significantly more resilient, durable, and long-lived. Though at the cost of increased body mass, making you noticeably heavier than before. Brute, stranger, stomach storage. You with the power of an endless stomach, you can eat without limits. No matter how much you consume, whether it's a whole buffet or a mountain of snacks, you'll always feel satisfied and never uncomfortably full. Your digestive system has been able to store excess nutrients and calories indefinitely, completely digested and ready for use when you eat. You won't get fat and will only feel hungry when your urges start running low. Note, this power only applies to food you can already eat, not things outside your capability to just consume. Stranger, voices are like onions. Your vocal cords have mutated, allowing you to speak in more than one voice simultaneously without expending any more breath than you usually do. These voices can be the same or completely not, provided that you theoretically have the range to make it so. At the beginning, holding any more speaking the same sentence as your silent. Anything more than that risks damage or soreness in your tongue. Eventually, you'll be able to use more voices simultaneously with time and practice, and even have them speak different things. Layered upon layers of processing power. Thinker, rubber ducky, required parallel processing. Now, the workload of having a number of voices, each of them saying something different, isn't so impossible anymore. With this, you can delegate the thought process to one, or you're making the task of having your voice say different things almost as easy as breathing. Thinker dialogue. When you're faced with a situation where you don't know what to say, you can activate this power, which will give you 6 possible responses to choose from. Time slows to 1/10 of its normal speed while you make your decision, giving you plenty of time to think without the pressure of the moment. Each of these 6 responses will be distinct. 2 of them are neutral. They won't bring you any significant benefits, but they also won't cause any harm. Another 2 will lead to positive outcomes, offering different types of rewards depending on the situation. The last 2 will result in negative consequences, which could vary from minor setback to more serious costs. You won't be able to tell which response falls into which category. The options appear equally valid on the surface, leaving you to rely on your judgment, instincts, and or context to decide. Additionally, some options won't stay available forever if you take too long to choose. Certain responses will disappear, leaving your choice and increasing the risk. The effects of your chosen responses depend on the situation. It could change how someone sees your influence decision, open or close opportunities, or trigger unexpected events. Once you select an option, your body will automatically say or do it without hesitation, if you're sure or would have otherwise chosen differently. You can use this power as many times as you want. There's no cooldown cost beyond the inherent risk of making the wrong choice, which can lead to unintended consequences depending on the situation. Brute, spongy organs. Your organs have become hardier and more durable. The soft flesh inside you has now become harder to tear. Instead of stretching and deforming in response to trauma before returning to its shape, even when they are damaged, they are quicker to heal and less prone to disease. The higher limits means that they can push much further than normal, increasing things like your alcohol tolerance. You are consequently more resistant to the face forces of inertia, able to get to speeds not humanly possible due to normal organs turning into soup. Oh yeah. Strike with finger food. You can permanently change the taste and smell of any object you touch, such as making salt taste like pepper, or making old shoes smell like freshly baked cookies. This does not affect nutritional value, so make sure you don't trick your body into eating too much of what it shouldn't. You aren't able to make any stimuli that you haven't personally experienced before. Changer, chroma hair. You have the ability to change the color of your hair at will. This includes natural shades, vibrant neon colors, or even patterns like gradients or stripes. The transformation is instant and can be done just as quickly. This power only affects the color of your hair and cannot alter its texture, length, or other properties. Purely cosmetic and perfect for adding a personal flair to your look. Blaster, projectile vomit. You can vomit at a distance of 5 feet at will. The muscles necessary to accomplish this action temporarily strengthening themselves for the duration of this ability. Additionally, while doing this, your stomach, esophagus, and mouth become more durable to allow for anything that you vomit to be vomited out safely. Note that this doesn't aid you in eating, say glass, only successfully vomiting out. You can also modify the viscosity of your digestive acids and the other such liquids within your stomach, like mucus or water, to allow for modification of the content of your stomach. If you want to send a vomit slime ball at someone, you can very much so can. Projectile vomit. Right, brute hysterical strength. The strength at which you can vomit is now much higher thanks to your muscles. You can now vomit up to just 20 feet up close. You could knock over a man with a vomit slime ball, splashing all over them like a thick slush. Kinetics. You can now manipulate your vomit telekinetically, moving it as if you were holding it and shaping it with your hands. This allows you to manipulate other objects from a distance by, for example, turning the viscosity up to max or force it into others' mouths to make them retch and restrain. Upchuck. Breaker. Wasteless. Instead of producing no waste, your body instead converts any and all waste products into more digestive acids safely stored within your endless stomach. This allows you to vomit frequently and in further quantities, letting you to throw up rapid fire streams by or continuous torrent like a hose. You can now also charge up vomit in your stomach like you were filling it a water balloon more before unleashing it out from the depths of your digestive system and out of your mouth. The effect would be something like a fire hydrant bursting open, spreading outwards in a deluge of your own sick. Lastly, for much less disgusting function of this power, you can harmlessly swallow any object that would fit down your gullet and retrieve it whenever you want, such as keys or other small debris. In the case of the latter, you can charge your vomit with much less useful objects, allowing you to spit them out like they were fired from a slingshot. You can do this with only one for greater accuracy, or many to act like a shotgun. Striker, bite-sized portals. You can create static pairs of miniature portals that permanently link between each other. Each end originates at the tips of 2 different chosen fingers. These portals are 2 centimeters in radius and cannot move or change destination once created. You may dismiss them at will. You always know your exact coordinates in the global positioning system or whatever similar system exists in your current world. Brute mover, sinew coils. Your tendons and ligaments have undergone a remarkable transformation, now resembling a coiled steel spring that seamlessly anchor your bones and muscles with far greater efficiency. This enhancement provides the perfect balance of elasticity and rigidity, allowing them to absorb, store, and release kinetic energy with each movement. As a result, energy transfers between your muscles and bones are vastly improved, enhancing flexibility, agility, and also overall physical performance, while drastically reducing the risk of injuries like sprains, strains, or tears. This mutation shines best, however, when you're running or jumping, as your sinews absorb impact forces, store potential energy, and release it with each step or leap, making movements far more energetic, capable of running faster, jumping higher, and covering greater distances with less exertion. However, their main strike means that under extreme duress, they are more likely to pull out their attachment points and fracture bone before snapping themselves. Furthermore, while these sinews help absorb impact forces and reduce fall damage, they won't prevent injury from excessive heights. Fortunately, they also heal at an accelerated rate. thus making wear and tear from any physical intense activity almost negligible. Shaker Trump. Mirror, mirror. You can summon figures out of any mirrors that you can see. This, as a result, allows for mirrors to be conduit for your powers. Okay. Perfect condition, super social system, power totem. I'm gonna say, so hold on, I want to say something real quick. No powers. Power. You can still get shit here. Alright, just making sure that still worked like before. Charlotte. Oh shit, I fucked something up. You know, I fucked something up. Reload, yeah. Alright. Oh, it's probably because I hit, like, entropy, or neg entropy. Powers, tier 1, tier 1. Customer's mover, shaker, brute, breaker, master, tinker, blaster, thinker, striker, changer, trump, stranger. Alright, we're gonna do the shit ones first. Well, they're not shit, off record. You can no longer... Off record, you can no longer appear on cameras or be recorded in a way. You leave no trace on any electronic device. You appear as an indiscernible blurred figure in photos and the like. The words are silent. You have an interesting way of speaking, and that is by not speaking at all. You can project your words directly to those who choose. Again, Sherlock? If you fake your death, everyone will believe it, unless it's very obviously faked. Stranger Thinker Call. You are able to call anyone you know of. If they accept your call, a second layer of reality materializes for both of you nearing each other's locations. No one but those in the call can see this space. This ethereal overlay allows both of you to see not only your original surroundings, but also the environment of the person you're connected with. Create a seamless blend of two distinct realities. You can walk around exploring each other's surroundings as if you were physically there while engaging in conversation naturally as if you were face to face. You will not be able to physically fetch one another as well as to affect the other surrounding. Powers cannot be used through this call. Group call. We're not able to include more than one person in the call. Mime. You can make it so that you can't be smelled or heard. You're still visible. You can extend this effect to anything within 8 meters, 76 feet of yourself. Stranger. Corner creep. You are invisible to direct observation, only being detectable through edge of one's senses in the corner of the eye, at the edge of their hearing, etc. Or secondary methods, mirrors, echoes, cameras, extrasensory independence, etc. Stranger. So incredibly still. When standing still, you become harder to notice. The longer you go without anyone noticing you or moving, the stronger the effect becomes. After about 5 minutes, you're basically invisible to anyone without super senses. You are a dragon, and that's okay. No matter what your form or appearance is, people will consider it unremarkable. This doesn't prevent people from recognizing parts of your body that aren't the norm, such as obviously being a robot or having blades for hands. They just won't judge you for the fact and consider it just a normal trait anybody can have, like having blue eyes or being a bit short. This effect extends to photographs, video, or even verbal descriptions of your body. This also doesn't lead to people not noticing the effects of your strange body on the world. If you're constantly damp and they see you leaving wet spots everywhere, people still get annoyed at you. If your skin is acidic, people will try to avoid directly touching you. If you're bigger than a building, the people won't automatically assume you'll fit inside it, so they just won't consider these effects particularly unusual. This only applies to your form. Automatic power usage that is part of your form, and any power usage necessary for normal day-to-day life. If your form prevents you from doing those things the normal way. If you're made out of fire, people won't find it weird, but if you then start shooting that fire out of your hands, or flying around any more than the minor amount necessary for you to do things a sane person can do, people react to it normally. Invisible woman. You can turn them completely invisible. You can still be smelled, heard, and touched. You can also be tasted. Now, why would you add that? You have knowledge on how strangers stealthy. You have knowledge on how to sneak past various things with powers to boost that. Your actions can't trip landmines. Doors are traps and can blur you through the surveillance cameras, although the longer you stand in front of a camera, the weaker the effect. You can empower touch objects and people, covering them in a shimmering cloth that makes others considered unimportant in every way, not even worthwhile to acknowledge. The effect wears off over time, taking a couple hours to completely break or faster if it's particularly attention-grabbing, such as a person. The object interacts with a person in a way that's difficult to ignore, such as injuring a person. People can resist the effect until their attention is drawn back away from the object. Fake it till you make it. You are able to seamlessly blend into your surroundings. Fueled by the expectation of observers, when you appear to be in a place or situation where you are expected to be, others will automatically accept you as part of the environment. For example, if you're dressed as a civilian and in a public place, observers will see you as a random passerby without question. Similarly, if you adopt the appearance of someone within a group, observers will believe you're a member of that group. However, the effect falters if you're in a location where you're not expected to be. If your behaviors deviate from the norm significantly, or if someone directly calls attention to the inconsistency. This can trick thinkers, although they may be able to know something as well. Pocket dimension. You can teleport to a pocket dimension at will. It is about as large as a warehouse and is furnished with all the necessities for living, such as a bedroom, kitchen, and bathroom. There is no way to see outside this pocket dimension while inside. No one can detect this dimension or forcibly enter it without your direct consent. Warehouse of holding shape. Blaster bag of holding. Seems like your bag of holding pocket dimension had the same destination. All the stuff you put in your home space will arrive at your pocket dimension. If you need more space in your pocket dimension, it will simply expand extra room for you. You will always know where something is in the pocket dimension if you want to know. The dimension will clean itself and organize everything for you as if you did it without procrastination. You can still treat pocket dimension as you would treat bag of holding, meaning you can retrieve any item and shoot something at 60 miles per hour. Stranger, deja vu. People who do not know you personally will find you interesting and somewhat familiar. They won't connect the feelings to any paranormal powers, and think your powers won't be able to tell either. Stranger, average Joe. You blend in with any crowds nearby, unless they're all around edge. Any group you join won't realize you don't belong. Stranger, tech shutdown. Most complex tech has a tendency to fail when near you. Even tinker tech. Some tinkers can build countermeasures, and tinkers whose tech does not require complex components will be largely unaffected. You can turn this ability off at will. This affects technology within 50 feet, as well as tech being used on you from any range. Stranger, brute, grave face. You have the ability to fake your own death by shutting down your vital functions such as heartbeat, breathing, and brain activity. As long as your corona potentia, the part of your brain that gives you powers, is not damaged, you can revive yourself without any harm. You also have slow healing factor that can mend your injuries over time, but it takes weeks to fully heal. Your powers can fully thinkers who can sense life signs, but if you move or act, you will reveal that you are alive. You become less noticeable when covered by shadows. The darker your surroundings, the more you can do without others noticing and reacting. In a pitch black street, you can beat up a person and they wouldn't be able to notice that they are getting beat up. Missing the trees. You have a stranger power that focuses on hiding small details from a broad scene. For example, if someone could see a group of villains break into a bank, they'd be able to tell that there are 6 of them and that 2 of them have brute powers. And one has moved 2 blasters and 1 changer, and that their costumes are dark in color. But if you were to ask them to tell any more detail to the costume, the general body shape of the villains, or what exactly the powers are, the witnesses will pull up blanks. This power gets less effective the more narrow the scene. If someone were to look at your face, and they'd be able to see most things. Here, go ahead. Eye color, general face shape, many stars, with the only thing they'd blank on being you missing a tooth. Tooth or mole on your nose. New identity. All records are removed from because anyone who didn't either have a thinker power or know you closely and personally will completely forget you ever existed. How many thinkers remember you will depend on their powers. The more emotionally linked you and someone was, the stronger the will they are, and the stronger will they were, the more they'll remember you. Ghost equipment. You can make any equipment you wear shift it to another space but still keep its effects and functions. For example, you can wear power armor and be strong but look like you're wearing normal clothes. The invisible equipment will still protect you from damage you need and need prayer to take too much damage. It is like having a hidden layer of gear over your outfit. Stranger, danger. Stranger danger? No way. This guy, he's so nice though. People will instinctively trust you until you prove them otherwise. Even so, they might justify it to themselves. Depending on their personality. Magician. You're a master of surprise. Whenever you do, people will not expect it unless you allow them to. Thinkers aren't you. People will be able to track your movements. Sub-thinkers are not you. Master Schrodinger's asshole. People will always believe you if you say a suggestion / joke / opinion of yours was a joke and are not meant to be taken seriously. Stranger brute, cursed blood. Any creature touching your blood will find themselves greatly weakened. Should they consume even a drop of your blood, their body will simply die. Your blood leaves no traces, and the target will seemingly have died of natural causes. With beings with strong vitality, such as Regeneros, will be able to fight temporarily against your blood, but will be in extreme pain and extremely weakened. Be careful as you cannot deactivate this power. You can regenerate blood faster than average, allowing you to safely draw blood every day. Due to your blood, you have a natural immunity to poison. Bloody death. Blaster. Bloody hell. The nature of blood is strength, and your blood can ignore most, if not all, forms of defense against it, destroying and killing anything it comes in contact with. Unless the protection is absolute in nature, any creature will die instantly from contact with your blood. This can also affect objects, causing said objects to wither and break down when in contact with your blood. Strange curse. Stranger, strange blood. You can now choose to deactivate or weaken the effects of your power. Instead of killing anyone that consumes it, it can make it that merely knock them out, for example. In addition to that, it's a stranger effect of your blood strength and able to hide from other thinker effects. This way, even a post-cog will be able to find out that your blood is the cause of death. You will even be able to figure out who even administered the blood. Vampire's bite. Brute vampire. While you still can't give people your power by having them drink your blood, you can choose to turn your blood into a potent medicine. A single drop of it will be able to restore a person's stamina. A few milliliters could instantly heal up small wounds, and half a liter of blood could heal a person back from the brink of death. This also boosts your own regeneration, no longer requiring you being in contact with blood to activate it. You can cover. You can hide behind anything. Even if you could not physically fit behind it, you could hide behind a street lamp pole just by stepping behind it, and you would not be able to be detected by any physical means until you choose to step back out. While hidden, you are still aware of the environment around you and can even hide behind other people, and if the person moves, you will move with them and can step out from behind them in their new location. Stranger. Spooky. You have the ability to induce immense panic and hysteria in anyone who sees you. Every fiber of their being is flooded with an overwhelming sense of anxiety and dread. They are overwhelmed by fear, leading to irrational and chaotic behavior. Stranger, thinker, taboo. You are aware of whenever someone is speaking about you and have a rough idea about what they're saying and where they are. This is entirely a background process and will not inconvenience you or interfere with your life. This ability is multiversal in range, but not omniversal. You will not be made aware of discussions about your doppelgangers. Skin's blue. You can make any retroactive information about yourself false. If someone previously thought that you were human, you can make them think you were a walkie-talkie bird driving a mech. While this effect breaks it, they can physically confirm that that is not the case. You do not need to be around the person to use this power. Stranger shaker. Turtle. The user can influence the perception of time for those within their range, causing them to experience time at slower rates. This user's range is about 10 meters in radius. The closer the target is to the user, the slower their perception of time becomes. At the highest intensity, targets may experience a single second as a matter of hours. Additionally, objects like electronics are not affected by this power. Once the targets move outside the user's range, their perception returns to normal. Stranger Master, Trendsetter. You can influence people who see you into accepting your actions as normal. The longer they have been around you, the deeper this effect can even cause others to follow you. The deeper this effect can. The longer they have been around you, the deeper this effect can even cause others to follow you. This effect is not immediate or subtle and cannot convince people who completely are against you, but with this power you can influence the entire world and people won't notice. The influence of Trendsetter would usually be seen as a stroke of luck unless you use it too much. Hitchhike. You can transform yourself into a half-transparent ghost that can enter the bodies of people and control them from the inside. You have access to their powers while inside them, as well as your own. You do not have to always control them, and instead just hide inside a person undetectable by any forms of detection. You cannot possess objects, corpses, only living organisms, relatively as small as you or larger, although you can cram yourself into humans regardless of your size compared to theirs. Classified information. If anyone tells you something, no one else can learn that information. The limitation on this is that the information cannot already become knowledge. If more than about 3 dozen people already know a piece of information, this power will walk on. It also only applies to information that both parties believe to be true. If someone tries to share this information, they'll be unable to. If someone tries to read the information, their eyes will just slide past it. If someone observes something that should clue them in, they'll dismiss it. Stranger thinker, discount genie. Whenever you hear somebody verbally wish for something, you can turn their wish into reality, but only if you have the skills and abilities to theoretically accomplish it within 1 month. If you do have the ability to fill the wish, reality will shift to accommodate the outcome of your theoretical success. You are limited to using this ability 3 times per person, and you cannot use it for your own wishes. Catch me if you can. As long as you can escape any pursuers or combatants, you'll never face the negative consequences of any actions you take. Kill a man in broad daylight. As long as you escape the police and or any other pursuers and stay out of sight for long enough, you'll have effectively gotten away with it. They'll never pursue a case against you, regardless of how much evidence they collect. They'll never harass you or be used against you in any way. Likewise, you can do the same with any other kind of consequences. His brother won't swear vengeance. You won't face any issues with public opinion. No gang members will try to take revenge. They won't hold you against you as part of the negotiations. This doesn't prevent people from realizing you did it, of course, but merely lets you escape being consequences as long as you get away both legal and ethical. This does not allow you to still benefit from any positives that may come of the actions allowing you to summon how paradoxically unpleasant results, such as a praise for saving a family from a house fire, while simultaneously avoiding negative repercussions from the same source as a sudden fire to your house. So this falls for any action you have. As long as you can escape and break from line of sight, and with anyone who is both aware of the action you've taken is the actual pursuer again is the antagonist, because for this pattern to take effect, you must have broken line of sight with any pursuers and must remain out of sight for 30 minutes. Negative powers do not count for a line of sight. This power can be toggled to affect certain actions and others that have gone passively for a minute or so. Unnoticeable. People won't notice you unless you attack them. You can go to the bathroom on the food, and while they wouldn't eat the food, they wouldn't acknowledge your existence. They will know something is up with since they were pooping. Alright. We'll be back tomorrow. Remember, we're on center of attention now. I hope people enjoy this, because, I do, kind of. I mean, it really hurts my throat, but it's still fun.